and a student at Lewis and Clark Law School for 2 more weeks. And I really appreciate you all being here. And I'd like to begin with some gratitude for Holly, who's been a stellar example of organizing events like this for years, for Lewis and Clark, who's been gracious enough to co-sponsor and host us here, Colorado College also sponsoring us, for our speakers and moderators who are generous enough to share their time and expertise with us. Rose City Sound and Brew Tea Indian Restaurant for the sound and the catering as well. And of course, friends and family for showing up and supporting us. And last but not least, of course, you all, the participants, both those of you here in person and online. We have people calling in. They can hopefully hear us by now from Oregon, Washington, California, Oklahoma, Colorado, Utah, Pennsylvania, New York, and Washington, DC. We have people from universities and colleges, from federal, state, and local governments, from nonprofits, law firms, think tanks, industry groups. So we truly have an excellent mixture of perspectives here, and I hope you all learn something new and enjoy connecting with each other. In addition, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and respect that this building is on the traditional lands of the Multnomah, Wasco, Cowlitz, Cathlamet, Tualatin, Kalapuya, Molalla, Chinook, and other Native American tribes and indigenous nations who have made their homes along the Willamette River and the Columbia River. Climate change prompts us to reckon with intersectional problems of past, present, and future generations, problems that are entwined with ways of life and that are simultaneously local and global. Avoiding the worst pathways ahead for our planet requires us to work together in ways rarely, if ever, achieved to date. We need to change major systems quickly yet equitably, to trust a centralized process of international cooperation to benefit future generations, to make odd bedfellows of capitalists and environmentalists, advocates and economists, and among nations spanning the spectrum of industrial development. This work is profoundly difficult, and preventing climate catastrophe is far from assured. But as a speaker at this conference last year remarked, climate doomerism is in many ways worse than climate denialism. With so much work to do, optimism and can-do attitudes are indispensable. So where can we move the needle on climate? In my eyes, and I would imagine in many of yours, energy systems are the elephant in the room. Energy is more than just electricity, of course, and the energy sector is not the only driver of climate change, but it is the largest one. And according to the US Energy Information Administration, burning fossil fuels for energy accounts for approximately 3/4 of the total US greenhouse gas emissions. Of that energy consumed in 2021, petroleum accounted for 36%, natural gas for 32%, or methane, as the third panel will correct me, renewable energy just 12%, coal 11%, and nuclear electric power 8%. In a nutshell, we still have a long, long way to go to eliminate our society's pervasive reliance on fossil fuels. That said, we have many reasons to be optimistic about the road ahead. And let's be clear, the only road that doesn't involve climate catastrophe is the one that approximately halves human emissions by the year 2030. In my opinion, the electrify everything approach to decarbonization is most promising. This requires what some call endgame decarbonization, meaning that every time we retire a fossil fuel burning machine, it must be replaced with a decarbonized, usually electric machine. Think cars, water heaters, airplanes, leaf blowers, everything. And according to estimates by Rewiring America, to electrify everything in the United States, we'll need more than 3 times the amount of electricity that we currently produce. And it is entirely impossible, and in fact, the most cost-effective way to meet that need with only renewable energy. It will require more than just wind and solar. A mosaic of technologies, new and old, utility scale and distributed, will play a part. And re-envisioning the way we use energy will take time and cooperation as manufacturing and industrial mobilization get up to speed, and as key players navigate market and non-market barriers to technology deployment, and as people rightly demand a just and equitable transition. Our speakers today work at the forefront of important issues concerning the relationship between energy and climate change. They will share developments in their fields of expertise across energy generation, storage, transmission, distribution, and consumption. They will discuss climate and environmental justice, policy development and implementation, and they will hopefully leave you with a better understanding of what's going on in the fight against the climate crisis. So please join me in welcoming the esteemed moderator for our first panel. She is a professor here at Lewis and Clark Law School, and her research focuses on climate justice and climate risk and how those issues intersect with energy law and administrative law. She was the legal advisor to the Bahamas during the Paris Agreement negotiations, and she is currently a member of the UNFCCC Compliance Committee, a director of the Northwest Environmental Defense Center, a co-chair of the Climate Accountability Working Group of the Climate Social Science Network, and a member of the expert peer review group in the UN-backed Race to Zero campaign, none other than Professor Lisa Benjamin. So.
Just checking if everyone on Zoom can hear me. So thank you, Ben, for the kind introduction, and to Holly for inviting me to moderate this panel. So it's raining here today, but we know that we are quickly moving into summer, otherwise known as wildfire season in Oregon. We have seen the resurgence of drought and famine conditions on the continent of Africa. We've seen severe flooding in South Africa, and we've seen a deadly heat wave in India just recently, which apparently is testing the limits of human endurance to survive. And so we know that the climate extremes are here, and they're extremely serious, and the timelines are urgent in terms of energy transitions. We know that the United States is still one of the leading emitters, and we now have an administration that is actually squarely focused on tackling the climate crisis, as well as putting environmental justice and just and equitable transitions at the center of the administration. And so I'm really excited to be here with you today to moderate a panel about federal action on climate and energy transitions. So at the beginning of the Biden administration, we had a flurry of executive orders, which were about tackling the climate crisis, as well as advancing racial equity for underserved communities. And these two things are very much related to each other. It took some time for federal agencies to start to digest and implement some of these plans. And so it's a great time to check back in with agencies. And we have two government representatives with us today to see how agencies are doing developing plans to implement two of these really important executive orders. So we'll spend some time talking about those equity plans. We also know that there have been some successes. So there is, of course, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is a huge success and is being rolled out at the federal and state level. We also had some failures with the Build Back Better legislation, as we all probably watched intently. And so we'll see what happens with those ideas and potentially repackaging those ideas. So we have a fantastic panel for you today that are going to discuss some of these plans at the federal level. I'm really excited to introduce them to you. They are all virtual. I'm just checking, yep, they're virtual. And so after their bios, we're going to have their presentations for about 15 minutes each, and then we're going to open the floor up to questions. I have some questions. Hopefully you will also have some questions as well. And we'll probably, Ben, maybe flip between audience questions between in-person and perhaps virtual. So in terms of our panelists today, we have Sarah Baldwin, who is Energy Innovations Director of Electrification Policy, where she leads the firm's electrification policy practice area to advance economy-wide decarbonization and provides guidance to policymakers and regulators on viable pathways to advance the electrification of buildings, transportation, and industry. Sarah's a lead author on several recent reports, including assessing the viability of hydrogen proposals, considerations for state utility regulators and policymakers, and accelerating clean electrified transportation by 2035 policy priorities. Sarah previously served as Vice President of Regulation for the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, Senior Policy Associate for Utah Clean Energy, and in both capacities, she led successful policy, regulatory, and educational efforts to advance renewable energy and energy efficiency. She served on the technical team for the U.S. Department of Energy's Sunshot Solar Market Pathways Initiative and NREL's Distributed Generation Interconnection Collaborative Advisory Committee. She was named Innovator and Influencer by Solar Power World 2017 and one of Utah's Enlightened 50 by the Community Foundation of Utah. Sarah's a member of Grid Lab's Advisory Board, host of Energy Innovations Electrify This podcast, and former host of Grid Geeks podcast. She holds degrees in environmental studies in Spanish from the University of Utah. Our second presenter is Tony Reams, who is a senior advisor in the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity in the Department of Energy. He was most recently a professor of environment and sustainability at the University of Michigan, where he established the Urban Energy Justice Lab to conduct research and develop solutions on the production and persistence of racial, income, and geographic disparities in energy access, affordability, decision-making, and participation. Tony served as a commissioned officer in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and worked in both private and public sectors as a licensed professional engineer. He earned a BS in civil engineering from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, a Master of Engineering Management from Kansas State University, and a PhD in public administration from the University of Kansas. Our third and final speaker is Stephen Wellner, who serves as the Director of the Division of Electric Power Regulation West within the Office of Energy Market Regulations at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. In that capacity, he's responsible for FERC's oversight of Western electricity markets and transmission rates, as well as FERC's market-based rate and corporate programs. From April 2014 through July 2019, Stephen served in a number of advisory capacities for Chairman and Commissioner Cheryl LaFleur, including serving as FERC's acting Chief of Staff from January through August 2017. At various times, he was responsible for advising her regarding California, CAISO's PGM interconnections, MISO, and the Southwest Power Pool markets, bilateral markets in both the West and Southeastern United States, and FERC's reliability and grid security work. From June 2012 through April 2014, he served as an attorney advisor in FERC's Office of General Counsel. Before coming to FERC in 2012, he worked in private practice, largely representing competitive power developers. Stephen received his JD from Georgetown and graduated in 2002 from Rice with a double major in history and political science. I'm so excited to have these panelists with us. So we're going to move into Sarah's presentation, and then we'll move straight through to Tony and then Stephen.
Great, thank you so much. And I believe you all will be putting the slides up on your end, but let me know if I need to do anything on my end. While the slides are getting going, really want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you virtually today. I actually woke up this morning in Florida, took an airplane, and I'm now back in Salt Lake City. And I'm beaming into Oregon. So this is the modern world of 2022. You can go to the next slide. So as mentioned, I'm the Director of Electrification Policy with Energy Innovation. For those of you who aren't familiar with us, we are a nonpartisan energy and climate policy think tank. We provide research and analysis really to support policy design that reduces emissions at speed and scale. We work with diverse policymakers and regulators at the federal and state level and also local level. And I'll note that we have an energy policy simulator model, which is an open source, publicly accessible tool that we've developed that you all can use and that we use to assess the impacts of various policy packages on emissions, costs, savings, jobs, gross domestic product, et cetera. And I'm seeing in the chat that some on the Zoom would like the slides to be bigger. And I see that that is kind of a challenge because the screen is, yeah, it looks like, anyway, I'll let the tech people figure that one out because it is quite tiny on our end on the Zoom side. I'm also happy to go off video if that's helpful. So just let me know if you need me to drop out. So if you can see this slide for those on the Zoom, you know, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, their third working group report was issued in April. And before we dive into the discussion of federal and climate policy, I did want to share a few of the takeaways from the most recent working group report because I feel like they're very relevant to the context for our discussion today. The first thing, of course, is that sadly, our global greenhouse gas emissions are still increasing, both from carbon dioxide from fossil fuel combustion and industrial processes, which is shown in blue, the changes to our land use and the forestry sinks that we have shown in yellow, methane shown in orange, nitrous oxide shown in navy, and fluorinated gases shown in green. They're all on the rise. This particular report did make note that methane is a particularly huge problem. It's becoming more and more of something that we need to address. Methane comes from, the leaks in the oil and gas system, agriculture, coal mining, certain industrial processes, and it's more than 25 times as potent as carbon dioxide at trapping heat in the atmosphere. But it's short-lived, so it doesn't stay in the atmosphere quite as long. So if we take actions today and immediately to reduce methane, we actually can have a significant impact on climate. Next slide, please. So one of the big takeaways that I gleaned from that report is that our current policy, and this is global, from various countries all over the world who've made changes in their policies to date, current policy is insufficient to avoid catastrophic warming, period. We are on track to warm this planet by about 3 to 4 degrees Celsius by 2100, which scientists tell us, and what we can already feel, is just going to result in an unimaginable devastation to human life, ecosystems, and a stable and livable planet Earth. People being born today will be 78 years old in 2100. So it sounds like it's a really far away time, but it's really not. So next slide. So now for some good news. I promise it's not the doomsday report. The report also points out that effective policies that have been enacted over the past 2 decades have actually resulted in cost reductions for the clean energy technologies that we need to tackle climate change. Those policies have helped spur adoption, and we know that these policies work. So they remain a critical tool in our toolbox. Next slide. And sorry to interrupt myself again, but Karina is saying that they can't see the slides at all now. So I'm not totally sure what's going on there, but I'm just going to keep rolling so we don't lose too much time. Also happy to provide these slides, and I think that Ben, you're planning to send them out after the fact. Final takeaway from this report is that the report really does call out electrification of more end uses as a key mitigation strategy, alongside the deployment of a clean, carbon-free electricity grid. The reason for that is that we need to very quickly reduce demand for fossil fuels, and there are still major sectors of our economy pretty much wholly reliant on oil and gas, buildings, transportation, and industry. So rather than wait for some breakthrough innovation or some yet to be commercialized technology, we actually have the technologies we need to shift to shift these end uses to run on clean electricity, and we can do this at scale. All electric technologies are more energy efficient, they are cheaper to operate on a life cycle basis, and they provide consumers with energy savings and improved public health. Next slide. So now on our discussion today, earlier I mentioned that Energy Innovation has developed this energy policy simulator model, and this is one sample of the work that we've done to evaluate which policy levers we can pull effectively or push in some cases to really drive down emissions across all 3 sectors. Excuse me, not all 3 sectors, all of the sectors of our economy. Wow, I feel like I'm in some weird Malkovich situation. I just got a vision of myself in another box, in another box, in another box. Okay. So each of these wedges represent actions in the different sectors: land use in yellow, buildings in green, transportation in purple. And actually, Ben, if it's easy, if you'd like, I can share my screen. I don't know if that messes up things on the in-person end, but just let me know. Okay, and I'm seeing there's folks giving good advice on how to do Zoom, so I'll let them take care of it. So the main things to note here, you don't actually have to read this slide to understand it, but basically across all of those sectors, there are things that can be done. And then the where you see a lightning bolt, those wedges represent electrification. Combined with the clean grid, which is that big blue wedge in the middle, Those are the big things that we can accomplish to get us on track to a 1.5 degree stable scenario. Next slide. And of course, the big thing we need to be keeping in mind as we evaluate different policies and pathways is we do need it all, but we really have to focus on the policies that have the biggest impacts on emissions and those that can scale the fastest and most cost effective. Next slide. So now to the topic at hand. So what's happening at the federal government level? I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the actions that have been taken by President Biden and various federal agencies, as well as what Congress has done and some of the things still pending. The first thing that President Biden has done is issue a number of executive orders that have from day one directed various federal agencies to lead by example. One of the bigger ones is the order from December directing the federal government facilities to be 100% carbon free by 2030, to acquire 100% zero emissions vehicles by 2035, including 100% light duty vehicles by 2027. They also have a buy clean policy for procurement, a net zero emissions building portfolio by 2045, and net zero emissions from overall federal operations by 2050. This is huge. It may have gotten kind of lost in the mix because it came out basically right around the same time that Build Back Better was dying on the vine. But this is really important because the federal government controls, over 3 million square feet of buildings across, I believe it's like 9,600 buildings and 2,200 communities across America. So to tackle the space that they can control and that they have a lot of jurisdiction over is a great first step and absolutely should be lauded. Next slide, please. And the good news is that a lot is happening already and or underway. For example, in 2022, the Department of Defense, Edwards Air Force Base in California is going to add 520 megawatts to the grid, and it will be one of the country's largest solar PV projects. It will also create about 1,000 jobs and other construction jobs. In addition, the US Department of Treasury is almost done with a major infrastructure improvement to the IRS building in New York City. And through an energy service contract, they're going to be saving 2.2 million in annual utility bills. And then in another example, a little frightening actually, because the Department of Homeland Security is going to be field testing the Ford Mustang Mach-E EV for use in its law enforcement fleet, which is about 30,000 vehicles. So for those of you who like to speed on the highway, this may not be the best news, but this is great news from a kind of carbon emission standpoint, as well as just, again, the leading by example. Next slide, please. So I don't have time today to go through the laundry list of other executive orders that relate to climate and clean energy and environmental justice. But I really just want to emphasize that for those who think that this administration hasn't done enough on climate and clean energy, I really do beg to differ. This is one of the most proactive administrations we've ever seen in the history of America on climate and clean energy. And they are moving very quickly to implement many of these directives through the federal agencies. And often it's very quiet because federal agencies don't like to hand wave and tout what's going on until they've actually got something kind of demonstrable to show. So I would anticipate within the next several months to next couple of years, of course, that we're going to see a lot more announcements about really cool stuff coming out of these executive orders. Next slide. Now, also within the federal government's jurisdiction, we have the regulatory arm of the federal government. And not to be discounted, this is one of the most powerful tools that the federal government has, particularly because regulations and standards impact the entire country. They send the market signals to manufacturers, to home builders, to appliance creators and distributors, and so on and so forth, car makers, of course. And these rules are really important for achieving some of these broader climate objectives and policy goals. Just a few examples listed here. The EPA refrigerants rule came out in September of 2021. That's going to phase down the US production and consumption of the hydrofluorocarbons that I mentioned. That was kind of that top line of the graph. These are another really potent greenhouse gas. So this is a huge one to get that down by 85% over the next 15 years. Another one that came out the end of last year was the EPA light duty vehicle greenhouse gas tailpipe standards for model years 2023 to 2026. Admittedly, they could have done more, but they had to kind of set the bar back up to where it was before. The Trump administration brought it way, way down to the ground. So they had to kind of bring it back up, and they went a few steps above what the Obama administration did. But there are more light duty, medium duty, and heavy duty vehicle standards coming down the pipeline, and we will see, I hope, some increasingly stringent standards, not just for greenhouse gas emissions, but also for NOx and other harmful pollutants. EPA also restored California's Clean Air Act waiver. This was another thing that the Trump administration threw out the window, and the Biden administration brought back, basically just enabling California to continue to lead on vehicle standards and for other states to continue emulating California's leadership. EPA and DOE are both in the process of updating appliance standards. And this is going to be a huge one for all electric appliances as well as other equipment, just to increase the overall efficiency. And then the General Services Administration has a new decarbonization task group and building performance standard work happening for the federal facilities to execute that earlier executive order that I mentioned. Next slide, please. A couple of other kind of off the radar but important developments, and I know others on this panel might speak more to these, but just to note that the EPA decided it will no longer be recognizing gas furnaces, boilers, or dryers in their Energy Star most efficient list. So basically taking them off makes the all-electric heat pump the preferred Energy Star choice. And then DOE's just recently launched a really cool challenge on cold climate air source heat pumps, that's a mouthful, to start to get a little bit more attention around the technologies needed for very cold climates. Next slide, please. DOE is also doing a ton with building performance standards, building codes. They can't control the building codes. Those are written by a voluntary, kind of a subset of the building sector. But they are trying to influence the adoption of best practices at the local and state government level. Next slide. So I'm getting the cue to wrap up, and I absolutely will. So the Infrastructure Act was passed, of course, $1.2 trillion over 10 years. You can go to the next slide. And it is more than just roads and bridges. I'm happy to say there are a number of categories in the Infrastructure Act that speak directly to clean grid, resilience, electrification, energy efficiency, just a handful listed here. But this is, huge dollars that are going to be flowing to states, to local governments, to tribes, to communities to help with all of these things, from electric transportation, charging infrastructure, energy efficiency of buildings, grid infrastructure for resilience, and advanced energy manufacturing. So this is a very important policy. Next slide, please. However, we still need more. And that's where the Build Back Better Act was going to come in and fill the gap. Our analysis combined with some others that have been looking at this show consistently that, the Infrastructure Act gets us about this much, and then we need quite a bit more to get us on that trajectory. Next slide. We actually modeled Build Back Better Act and the Infrastructure Act climate provisions. Laundry list on the left here represents the different provisions that we took a look at within our model, and then the graph on the right shows the respective greenhouse gas emissions that we could expect to receive if all of these policies were kind of passed together. And I just have 2 more slides and I'm wrapping up. Next slide, please. I'll just point out that the Build Back Better Act did have great building electrification and efficiency provisions, which we are hearing there is appetite for these to be included in whatever future reconciliation bill may come down the pike. And they definitely represent the opportunity to increase consumer access to all electric technologies and help overcome some of that upfront cost barrier. Next slide. And very similarly, the incentives for EVs would be critical to unlocking not just fancy cars for fancy people with lots of money, but average cars that cost in the range of 20 to 50, and they've also got incentives in there for used vehicles. Both of these are still under consideration, but absolutely on the table. We're hearing from a lot of folks that these are not gone and or dead. So I realize that was a lot to take in, but next slide. I think that was it. So looking forward to the discussion. And I'm not sure if it went quiet on your end, but we can't hear anything at the moment.
Tony's presentation now. I think Tony has slides, so we're probably just gonna wait for 1 minute for those to be loaded.
Great.
Are you all pulling the slides up on your side, or you need
The slides are up, Tony. Yeah, we can see
Oh,
them.
there they go. I see them. All right. Thank you so much. It's fun to kind of work this hybrid conference out. So thank you again to the conveners and all of you for being here in person and remotely. I'm Tony Reams, again, Senior Advisor on Energy Justice in the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity at DOE. Again, our office covers everything from civil rights, EEO, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And in my role, I'm standing up a new office, which is part of our 1978 statute, believe it or not, to do energy justice research, policy, and analysis. And so today I want to talk about a renewed commitment to environmental and energy justice, both in the Department of Energy, but also kind of larger on the federal government. And Sarah mentioned the executive order 14008, which I'll talk a little more about. Next slide, please. So I think it's no surprise to anyone here today that we are suffering from a national energy and security crisis. And this covers everything from affordability to vulnerabilities of our grid, to inequities in access to clean energy. And I highlight just a few things here. And a colleague at Columbia University has defined energy insecurity as the inability of households to meet their energy needs. And it also has these physical, economic, and behavioral dimensions, and they can also lead to adverse health issues. And so we saw massive disconnections leading up to the pandemic and in the early days of the pandemic before moratoria were put in place. This intersection between energy costs and inflation, and also the challenges of what does it mean for our utilities, our public utilities, to provide services in times of economic stress, and we see large or we see profits by those companies. Next slide, please. And so at the household level, we focus a lot on residential energy insecurity, not the national kind of global energy insecurity, but we see that this issue has been getting worse. And so in 2015, the Residential Energy Consumption Survey that is conducted by the U.S. Energy Information Administration did the first kind of national understanding of energy insecurity. And there are three categories: the inability to pay your bill, reducing or foregoing other necessities so you can pay your energy costs. We call that heat or eat. And then also folks who keep their homes at unhealthy temperatures, either because they're curtailing energy consumption, so they're cutting back, or their HVAC systems are broken and they can't afford to repair them. And so you can see in the green bars in 2015, this was kind of our baseline of understanding the challenges. And so about 14% of US households couldn't pay their utility bills. 21% were, choosing between heating or eating food. And 11% were keeping their homes at unhealthy temperatures. And then if you look at the teal bar, this is the most recent data we have. So the Energy Information Administration and the census partnered up to understand how households were challenged during the pandemic. And so they have this weekly pulse survey. And so we'll share these slides, but you have links to all of these sources. But you can see the massive increase in energy insecurity. So 21% of households now can't pay their utility bills. 31% of households are making these daily trade-offs between energy costs and other necessities. And 20% of households are living with unhealthy indoor temperatures. Next slide, please. So one metric of energy insecurity that we like to use is the energy burden. And that's the percentage of your income that you spend on energy costs. So nationally, we have a median energy burden of about 3%. A 6% energy burden or less is considered affordable. But you can see just how different energy burdens are across the country. And so it's regionally based. And then there's also socioeconomic disparities with low-income households spending 3.5 times more than non-low-income households, and even racial disparities with Black households spending 45% more than non-Hispanic white households. Next slide. And these issues are correlated, right? And so, just before coming to DOE, some colleagues and I released a study trying to understand the relationship between energy burden and public health. As we think about ways to pay for improvements to homes, is there a public health benefit that we are not fully understanding, so we can begin to partner programs in DOE with programs at HHS? And so we found that as energy burdens increase, we saw more premature deaths, more residents at the county level reporting that their health was fair or poor. And we also saw a relationship with decreases in life expectancy. Next slide, please. And so DOE and other agencies have several tools to kind of understand the distribution of energy burdens. And I just wanted to provide these as resources, as you get the slides. Next slide, please. But with every problem, there are solutions, right? And so every day at DOE and our new office, when we wake up, we realize that our grand challenge is that we are in the midst of a major energy transformation. And so we must ensure that each decision we make, each program we implement, that we are trying to, and we're creating an energy system that is more equitable and just than the one that we have right now. Next slide. And so we rely on the framework of energy justice, this framework that kind of sits in the intersection of the movement of environmental justice from the 80s and 90s, and the hope and the desire of the climate justice movement of today. And a lot of those issues and decisions and the cries all center on our energy system. And so we want a system that, combats the injustices, but it's based in, justice principles that should be applied to everything from consumption to activism to security and climate change. And it disseminates both the benefits and cost of energy services, and it's also representative in the decision-making process. And so you can see the principles of energy justice that we apply, everything from distributional justice, procedural justice, who's at the table, whose voices are being heard, recognition justice, how do we understand the needs of communities, the different vulnerabilities of communities, and then corrective justice, our goal of creating a more equity-based energy system. Next slide. And so there are many ways we can do this, but what I wanted to spend some time on today is to really talk about the Justice 40 initiative, which is, we see it as the federal government's kind of framework to ensure that we integrate and advance environmental and energy justice throughout the work we do at the department, and collaboration with our colleagues across the federal government, as well as communities and state governments, local governments, community groups that want to make this type of change in their communities. Next slide. And so where does Justice 40 live? Where does it come from? President Biden ran on, at that time, he called it Environmental Justice 40. We've seen it came from some of the efforts at New York, California, and other states now are creating their own Justice 40 initiatives. Michigan and Illinois, kind of have these initiatives in place. But it lives in Executive Order 14008, which is the climate change order, tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. And in Section 223, it states that 40%, and we like to say at least 40% of the overall benefits of certain federal investments must flow to disadvantaged communities. And I'll walk through this, just so people know what this is. Next slide, please. So at DOE, the way we set this up is we have a Justice 40 research team. We worked with stakeholders to get stakeholder engagement. We have a metrics team because this is about measuring. And then we also have a community of practice, which is about institutionalizing energy justice throughout the department. Next slide. And so there are 3 buckets in Justice 40. First, 40% of the overall benefits. So how do we track and measure benefits of certain federal investments? What investments are even a part of this Justice 40 initiative, and then must flow to disadvantaged communities? How do we find disadvantaged communities? These are places that we really want to target. Next slide. And so really quickly, a Justice 40 covered investment is anything almost. So grants, procurement spending, financing, staffing costs that are related to the type of programs we're talking about, and any direct financial benefits. Next slide. And so it's any federal investment that is covered under these 7 areas: climate change, clean energy, energy efficiency, clean transportation, affordable and sustainable housing, workforce development, pollution remediation, and clean water and wastewater. And so you can see almost everything we do at DOE is touched by Justice 40. Next slide. And so defining disadvantaged communities, where are the places that we're trying to target, or the people that we're trying to target? The Office of Management Budget gave us 2 definitions of disadvantaged communities. First, a group of individuals in geographic proximity, so that's census tracts, or a group of geographically dispersed individuals that share some common conditions. Next slide. And so we did a lot of work to try to figure out, because DOE did not have kind of this place-based approach to how we deliver programs. And so 36 different indicators and 4 buckets to identify places that have vulnerabilities based on research, based on our understanding of conditions on the ground. And you can kind of see that a little later. Next slide. And so after we ran our models, we came up with about 18.6% of all census tracts in the contiguous US that fall into this disadvantaged community, kind of cumulative disadvantage. And we decided to take the whole territories of tribal jurisdictions as well as US territories. Next slide. And so how did we move our programs to think about Justice 40? We developed 8 policy priorities, things that DOE has some jurisdiction over. And so we want to decrease energy burdens, decrease environmental exposure and burdens. We want to increase parity. We know there are disparities in clean energy technology adoption. We also want to increase low-cost capital to make investments in communities for clean energy, build new enterprises, create jobs and job training programs. And then we want communities to be more energy resilient and actually be able to participate in the democratization of energy. Next slide. Democratization. Some metrics, again, I'll share those so you can see some of the ways we're trying to actually put numbers to understanding Justice 40. Next slide. And again, everybody on this call, we need all hands on deck to make Justice 40 real. So that takes the federal government and its research and development and technical assistance, state and local governments who receive federal dollars and have regulatory authority over their jurisdictions. We need philanthropy and community groups to participate, either providing additional funding or either building capacity in community groups. And then the private sector to come along and unlock that long-term transformative investment. Next slide. And so just to show you a few things, we have an energy justice dashboard that we want to share. So we want to be transparent in how data is consumed by folks. Next slide. And then you can see our trajectory of change. Again, you can read all this when you get the slide. Next slide. So Sarah talked about the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's not just roads and bridges. DOE is getting $62 billion to do things like expanding energy efficiency and clean energy through the weatherization, through energy efficiency for schools, also clean energy demonstrations and hydrogen and carbon capture. And so it's a really exciting time to think about how we spend this money, but also how we do it from a place of equity and justice. And last slide. You're all invited. Next week, we're having a conference on May 11th and 12th, 2 half-day conferences to talk about advancing energy justice, and we'll talk more about the Justice 40 initiative, and so I hope folks can join. Next slide. Thank you. That's my contact information if people want to reach out.
All right, I do not have any slides, so I don't know if I should just go ahead and get started. I'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for letting me join, even if only virtually. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all about what is happening at FERC. I'm going to focus my remarks today on 2 areas, efforts to update how FERC engages with the public on its work, as well as proposed changes to how transmission is planned and paid for. That said, I'm happy to take questions when you get to the Q&A on anything related to FERC's work. I will do my best to answer, and if necessary, I can follow up with people afterwards if I don't have the answers to your questions. I do need to issue a standard FERC disclaimer, which is that I speak only for myself, not for the commission or for any individual commissioner, and any opinions expressed today are solely my own. And when we get to the Q&A, please keep in mind that I can't discuss any pending contested proceedings. So on the rate side, no complaint proceedings or contested infrastructure, gas pipelines or hydro facilities. I can discuss rulemakings and other proceedings of general applicability. I thought it'd be helpful maybe to start with a bit of an overview, sort of the space that FERC operates in. For anybody who has been involved in the electric industry for more than a month, you have undoubtedly heard a lot about the changing resource mix, the retirement of traditional baseload resources, primarily coal plants, but also an increasing number of nuclear units, the significant increase in gas-fired generation driven by expanded use of domestic gas supplies, and the growth of renewable resources, primarily wind and solar, adding low-cost carbon-free power to the grid. And these changes are being driven by a mixture of economic and commercial motivations, environmental concerns, particularly around climate change, and customer preferences for a cleaner fleet. And this trend has been underway for a decade or more at this point, and the desire to change how we generate electricity is accelerating, but being executed on a very haphazard basis. The absence of broad or uniform federal policies around climate change, particularly after the 2016 election, incentivized states and customers to take the initiative, leading to a proliferation of aggressive clean energy goals at the state and local level, goals that will require substantial investments in new generation and transmission assets to be realized. We're also seeing an ever greater diversification of the grid, for where customers and utilities get and generate their power. We simultaneously see in recent years an expansion of organized markets occurring in tandem with more localization and decentralization of power supply. Things like rooftop solar are reshaping dispatch stacks and radically altering wholesale market revenues for traditional resources, while storage resources, both at the distribution and wholesale levels, are introducing new flexibility and complications into grid operations. The cumulative effect of these changes is that the electric grid, which is already the single biggest and most complicated machine operating in the world, it's becoming significantly more complex to plan and to operate. Now, that complexity is for laudable reasons, fostering more competition, responding to climate change, empowering customers, bringing more efficiencies out of the system as it exists. But we are increasingly asking the grid to do things it wasn't designed for, and in some cases have never been done on the scale that they need to be done. This complexity is compounded by the fragmented nature of decision-making on the grid, across federal, state, and local lines, each with different scopes of responsibility and mandates, across utility business models with differing incentives and goals, between and among different customers with differing incentives. The grid is really an aggregation of billions of decisions pulling in a variety of directions. And of course, those decisions also have political consequences, are sometimes made by or influenced by political actors. You can look, for example, at the reactions to the outages in Texas last year, where the state's response was to strip the grid operator of any board members from outside the state of Texas, even though those board members would likely be the ones with the most experience in cold weather grid operations. And FERC is right in the mix of those changes and is actively working to adapt its policies and procedures to account for them. Now, FERC has different scopes of authority across three main energy sectors: electricity, natural gas, and oil and natural gas liquids. It is a rate regulator across all three, regulating the rates, terms, and conditions for transportation of commodities in each space, and in the electricity space, regulating the actual wholesale price of power itself. The Commission also has permitting authority over some electric and natural gas infrastructure, the ability not just to set prices, but actually approve the construction of the physical infrastructure itself. And in the electric space, FERC's primary permitting authority is over hydroelectric facilities. We have some limited backstop siting authority for transmission lines, but that authority has never been used. By far the most contentious permitting authority that FERC has, however, is over interstate natural gas pipelines. And like other long linear infrastructure, construction has direct impacts across the route, as well as direct impacts associated with the construction, operation, and sort of incentives that the lines create. Now, FERC proceedings, including both rate and permitting proceedings, operate in sort of a quasi-judicial format with notice and opportunities for public comment, submission of competing briefs, ex parte restrictions that take effect when a filing is protested. Commission policies, the rules and regulations governing our work, the technical nature of the subject matter, and often the long periods of time involved in Commission decision-making all add to the complexity and challenge of participating in Commission proceedings. And as you all know, that complexity works in favor of those with the money, staffing, and other resources to participate. Utilities, maybe some large advocacy organizations, trade associations, et cetera. But it does make it difficult and expensive for individuals or smaller organizations to participate, which both deters them from participating and potentially skews the perspectives that the Commission hears. And those perspectives can really make a difference. Beyond just the importance of hearing them, I know firsthand, for example, that hearing from affected landowners during the development of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline had an impact on my former boss and helped inform her decision to vote against that pipeline in 2017. So in the last year or so, the Commission has undertaken efforts to better engage with the public, to reduce the barriers to participation in its proceedings, and to better integrate environmental justice and equity considerations into its decision-making. First, in June of 2021, the Commission established the Office of Public Participation, which is responsible for coordinating assistance to the public regarding matters overseen by FERC. This office was contemplated when FERC was created in the late 70s, sort of like the office that Tony was talking about at DOE, but it was never funded or stood up until last year. Last fall, Ellen Katz, who previously served as the consumer advocate for the state of Connecticut, was named as the office's director, and she's been working diligently ever since to build out the office's staffing and to really figure out how it's going to execute its mission. In addition, even though FERC as an independent agency was not required to do so, it did voluntarily establish an equity action plan following the administration's executive order. The plan focuses on 5 actions. First, expanding the capabilities and size of the Office of Public Participation. Second, strengthening tribal government consultation and engagement. Third, ensuring that the Commission's natural gas project certification and siting policies and processes are consistent with environmental justice. Fourth, ensuring that the Commission's hydropower licensing policies and processes are also consistent with environmental justice. And strengthening FERC staff's capacity to promote equity and understanding of how equity furthers the Commission's mission. Now, that plan addresses a number of initiatives that are already underway to promote equity and remove barriers that underserved communities face in the context of FERC's processes and policies. The first, obviously, was the creation of the Office of Public Participation. Second, the creation of a new senior counsel for environmental justice and equity. This is a role in the Office of General Counsel, reporting directly to the General Counsel. The Commission selected Montina Cole in that role, so she has been helping guide the agency's efforts to integrate environmental justice and equity considerations into the Commission's decision-making, including through coordination with a number of other FERC program offices. Third, the Commission has been engaged in a review of its tribal engagement and consultation practices, including establishing a working group to develop recommendations for improvement in its practices. And finally, the Commission has proposed updates to its policies and processes for evaluating natural gas certificate application, including more robust consideration of impacts to environmental justice communities and better incorporation of environmental justice factors into its reviews. Now, I am sure you all will note that these items I discussed are in process, meaning they have not yet, been fully completed or stood up. At the end of the day, we are the government, and changing policies, processes, and culture takes time. However, I do know that the current agency leadership is committed to this effort. Beyond sort of its engagement with the public, the Commission has also been aggressively pursuing reforms in other areas of its policies. As I mentioned earlier, FERC is a rate regulator for electric transmission costs and has developed comprehensive rules for how transmission, particularly large high voltage regional projects, should be planned and cost allocated. That rule, Order 1000, which was issued more than a decade ago, has not yielded the results that the Commission and many supporters hoped. So last year, FERC launched a broad review of its transmission planning policies, and last month, the Commission issued a notice of proposed rulemaking to propose substantial reforms to those requirements. Let's give a quick overview of those existing requirements to make clearer what FERC is proposing to change. Order 1000 focused largely on requirements and cost allocation for regional projects, meaning a project that's not located within a single utility footprint. Individual utilities were required to form planning regions with neighboring utilities, and although many of them were already organized that way, and then those regions had to develop planning procedures for 3 general types of projects and benefits: reliability, economic, and public policy requirements, was essentially a catch-all for things like renewable portfolio standards. The Commission also required, with some exceptions, that all regional transmission projects be open to competition, to allow non-incumbent developers the opportunity to compete. And the hope with that rule was that the combination of more robust planning and certainty, as well as competitive pressures, would unleash new development and new ideas for transmission to substantially build out the system. That is not what has happened. Perversely, more local transmission has been developed since the rules went into effect, and less regional transmission. Reliability and economic planning, which many regions were already doing, carried on, but virtually no public policy projects were built. And that meant that the integration of location-constrained renewables was largely left to a separate interconnection process, which created huge costs for individual generators and stalled the build-out of the grid to integrate those resources. So the Commission has now proposed, on a bipartisan basis, reforms in an attempt to remedy Order 1000's apparent deficiencies. That the NOPR identifies 3 core planning deficiencies. First, a failure to conduct sufficiently long-term assessments of transmission needs to account for anticipated resource additions. Second, a failure to adequately account for known drivers of transmission needs. And third, a failure to consider a sufficiently broad set of benefits and beneficiaries. And ultimately, these reforms largely target the shortcomings of the public policy concept under Order 1000. So to remedy those deficiencies, the NOPR proposes that planners adopt a much longer planning horizon of at least 20 years as compared to the shorter 5 to 10 year horizon that they typically use now. They are required to use a minimum of 4 long-term scenarios to be revised and redeveloped every 3 years. And then those scenarios have to incorporate certain factors that drive transmission needs to consider whether the identification of specific geographic zones in which large amounts of new generation will be built should be used for planning purposes. With respect to benefits, each region is required to identify benefits in those long-term plans, including evaluating them over that minimum 20-year period. Then each region would prepare criteria for potential selection of those transmission projects from those long-term studies. And the regions would be required to establish a process for coordinating with state regulators, who ultimately have the primary siting authority for the physical infrastructure itself. In addition, regional planners would be required to coordinate their planning processes with generator interconnection, and consider transmission lines that are repeatedly identified as being needed to connect new resources. And then finally, planners would need to develop a cost allocation method for those long-term projects and be required to engage states in the development of that method. Again, the hope with this proposed requirement is that it might reduce objection by state regulators to larger lines, make it more likely that they would support their construction. The comment period on that NOPR is now open, and so the commission will, digest the feedback that it gets on that rule, on the proposed rule, and decide on next steps, including possibly a final rule. So with that, I'll go ahead and stop. And again, I'm happy to take any questions that you all have. Thanks for letting me be here.
Thank you so much, Sarah, Tony, and Stephen. So we're going to open it up for about 20 minutes for questions. So we'll take questions from the audience, and also virtually, we might alternate. I'm going to take the privilege of the moderator of asking the first question. So I'm actually going to ask a question to you, Stephen, and probably reverse order to the speakers. So you had helpfully given us an overview of the very recently released equity plan by FERC. And as you note, it was submitted voluntarily because FERC is an independent agency. And as you discussed, the Office of Public Participation, or OPP, is a major plank in that equity plan. And although I know that the details are still emerging, and there's the agency's opened it up for consultations on what that office might look like, but I was wondering if you could give us a sense of how this office might potentially work and how it could be helpful, particularly for environmental justice communities or cumulatively disadvantaged communities, in terms of reducing barriers to access to what you rightly describe as a very technical process and very technical material that FERC deals with. And so do you think it would act like a neutral resource facility or an ombudsman? Can you give us any idea of what the characteristics might look like?
Yeah, I think that I think preliminarily, or at least currently, the core function that the Office of Public Participation is trying to fill is sort of as a proactive broker of information about sort of access to the commission and how to engage with the commission, participate before the commission. Sort of conceptually, the Office of Public Participation, I think, is going to deal with two key areas. The first, obviously, is the infrastructure work that the commission does, particularly over natural gas pipelines, but also hydroelectric facilities, and to try to reduce the barriers that affected landowners and communities have to participate in those proceedings. And I think those would also ultimately work in tandem with any changes the commission might make into its review processes for evaluating those certificate applications. But that obviously is the most sort of direct physical impact that commission decisions have on environmental justice communities is on the infrastructure side. And so I know that is a really core focus of the Office of Public Participation, is trying to simplify and not just be sort of a passive resource, but a proactive resource for those communities. The second key area in which I think that the office will provide a lot of value is for hopefully demystifying the electricity markets that FERC regulates. I didn't talk about this much in my remarks, but much of the country, more than 2/3 of the American people are served by large regional markets, and those processes, FERC oversees those entities, but they have their own complex, time-consuming stakeholder processes on extremely technical, complex areas. That is a tremendous burden to sort of stay on top of what's going on. And I think that the Office of Public Participation is trying to be and will be an excellent resource for helping people understand how those markets work, how the stakeholder processes work, and how that all filters up into decision-making at the commission. And hopefully, I think it still will be obviously a challenge for individual people to meaningfully participate, but perhaps provide information that allows people to either operate collectively or identify groups and organizations that are active in those markets to help ensure that their perspectives are accounted for and ultimately brought to the commission for its decision making. A third area which in which the Office of Public Participation may ultimately be able to be helpful is if the commission is ultimately able to stand up some sort of intervenor funding program. I know that there are some states that have that. So if that is something the Office of Public Participation is ultimately able to stand up and oversee, obviously that would provide not just information support, but financial support for some entities trying to participate in commission proceedings.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Are there any questions from the audience? Ben's coming with the microphone to you, so just 1 minute so we can make sure that we can all hear you.
Thank you. It's a question for Ms. Baldwin. You focused on policies, programs to reduce emissions. Can you talk about programs, policies to anticipate and mitigate against expected climate change impacts?
Sorry, I didn't catch that question.
Sarah, I'll just repeat it for you. So the question is that your presentation focused a lot on mitigation, so reducing emissions. And the question is, are there plans or policies that you're aware of basically for climate change adaptation? So mitigating against extreme events and slow onset events.
Great, thanks. Sorry, I missed the adaptation part, which was the key there. I mean, yes, I think there are absolutely, within the Infrastructure Act in particular, there's a ton of emphasis on adaptation for communities and, everything from grid resilience to, actual infrastructure, battery storage and community solar and microgrids, et cetera. And there's a lot of leeway, as I understand it. And I think, DOE is going to be the one rolling out these grant programs here in the next several months. And they've already started requests for information on a lot of them. And that's going to be, that's going to be how they get information from the community as a whole to inform how they structure the grants that are going to be coming out. But I think there's absolutely money in there and it's intended to be used for that. And honestly, Dr. Reams probably has more details than I, being in the DOE trenches.
Yeah, I'll jump in really quickly. I think Sarah brought up the grid resilience, which is all about, part of that formula program is looking at communities that already have vulnerable grids. And so how do you shore up the grid, in the eye of increased storms and climate events? And so a lot of the resiliency work is focused on adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had another question. If there's not, okay, there's another question from the audience. Ben's gonna come down with the mic, like a game show. Running down with the mic. This question was in front. Yep. Mary.
It is on. Okay. This question is primarily for Tony, but I'm just wondering if you could speak to some of DOE's strategies and mechanisms for responding to local and regional variances from community identified needs and how y'all are kind of bridging like communication and accessibility type issues with communities themselves.
Yeah, that's a really great question. So about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now, we hired a senior advisor on stakeholder engagement. So DOE has had very siloed stakeholder engagement activities. Every program offices has their stakeholder engagement, but right now we're really trying to come up with a department strategy for stakeholder engagement. So we've done a lot since the infrastructure bill passed. And so Secretary Granholm has been touring the country to hear from communities, particularly when it comes to some of these clean energy demonstrations that we know may have environmental justice challenges, particularly hydrogen, carbon capture. Some people see these as ways to shore up the fossil industry. And so we're actually out on the ground listening to communities. There's going to be challenges with, the need to build batteries and build solar here. And so we're talking about mining and who are the communities that will be around these mines. And so there is a real strategy to actually listen to communities. For the first time, we have, DOE doesn't have regional offices like EPA and other agencies. And so we have regional specialists who are representing different parts of the country. And part of their role is to actually kind of hear from the different stakeholders in different regions of the country. And so I think you'll see more in the next few months, later this summer, early fall, about DOE stakeholder engagement strategy. And we're looking at EPA and some of their monthly calls that they do and maybe replicating something like that.
Actually, I had a related question, Tony, if I can ask you about that. So the DOE's one of the 5 strategic equity goals in the equity plan is the LEAP Local Energy Action Program. And this pilot project is designed to help environmental justice communities and also communities with historical ties to the fossil fuel industry access the benefits of clean energy, and also clean energy manufacturing is mentioned specifically. And it seems to be targeted towards low income and energy burden communities. And so we think about this a little bit in sort of just transitions, but a lot of fossil fuel dependent communities in particular don't always live where clean energy manufacturing is taking place. And so I was wondering if you have any details about how DOE anticipates this program working as a pilot. Will it target certain communities or localities or technologies?
Yeah, great question. So the Communities LEAP Local Energy Action Planning pilot is a $16.5 million pilot program that the secretary said she wanted, so this question about hearing from communities, she wanted to be able to provide technical assistance to communities for their community-driven energy action plans. And so you kind of called out the criteria for selecting those communities. And so just a couple of weeks ago, 23 communities across the country have been selected, and I'll pop the link in the chat. But that will be a 18-month process with those communities to help them think through what their clean energy future will look like. Either they're transitioning or they want to reduce energy burden. Some of them want to reduce environmental burdens. And then along the way, we'll be looking at funding opportunities that they can apply for. And so this is one of the first times we're doing technical assistance and actually trying to tie that to funding opportunities. And so these communities will know about formula programs that are coming out so they can work with their state agencies that are getting those dollars. They'll know about competitive grants. And so I think this will be a new model for the department when it comes to TA and actually, not just a beautiful plan that sits on a shelf, but like actual action that can happen.
Great, thank you. Ben, do we have any questions online, virtual questions?
We do have one, yeah, and it's another one for Dr. Reams. It's wondering if you've experienced partisan conflict or other types of pushback while working towards just energy or energy justice policy.
I saw that and I was hoping we were gonna not get to it. Now I'm joking. Oh my gosh. So it is really interesting being on this side, right? So I've spent, about a decade talking about how federal government can do better when it comes to energy justice and energy affordability. And so now I see what some of the major challenges are. I think everybody's been watching the news about, kind of the federal government's response to environmental justice as far as kind of, understaffing positions in different departments and different offices at the White House, as well as our inability to include race as a contributing factor to the disparities that we see when it comes to energy and environmental justice. That's why I like to put it in my presentations, because we know that that is true, but we know things are correlated. And so we've been very careful to stay within the legal limits of what we can do as far as what factors we include, especially when it comes to using that as a way to target investments. And so that's probably been a major kind of political challenge when it comes to doing Justice 40 is what communities we identify, what are the characteristics we're using to identify those communities. And then there's also things like urban rural divides that come with different, political challenges. How much are we focusing on fossil transitioning communities versus, communities with highways that have separated, Black and brown communities. And so there are all these kind of characteristics and challenges that, everyone has their kind of their pet community. And so we have to wrestle with that and try to be inclusive of all the communities we include.
Great, thanks, Tony. We have a question for the audience. Want to just tell me the question? To be able to hear you to save Ben coming all the way to the front of the room.
18% based on methane. Natural gas leakage, can you address that? Permafrost is a big issue. If permafrost thaws out, then we're going to have all kinds of methane issues. Landfills and sewage processing. Can you address that?
So the first two, Sarah, I don't know if you caught the first two, were methane and I think leakage. Yep.
Natural gas leakage, permafrost. Once that permafrost starts melting, there's all kinds of methane going up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the things that the IPCC report made abundantly clear is that we are approaching tipping points that once passed become feedback loops. That it's called a positive feedback loop, but it's basically not positive at all. It's very, very bad. Permafrost melting is one of them. Wildfires is another. The list goes on and on. The one thing I'll say just in the policy context is that the Build Back Better Act did include a methane fee, which has huge potential to address the enormous leakage problem that we know exists in the oil and gas system that has been for the last decade or more undetected / not tracked very well. We're now starting to keep track of it. We're now starting to see it. They've actually done some really cool visualizations of the leakage problem. And so we've got a better grasp on what needs to be done. But candidly, the reason that those leaks occur and the reason that the industry does not do anything about it is there's no financial disincentive and there's no financial incentive. So without money, they do nothing. And that's what it comes down to. So to tackle that in either with a carrot or a stick, or maybe both, I think makes a ton of sense. Also, the other piece of that pie is jobs can be created. Hiring people to go out and deal with those leaks and seal the pipes, fix the pipes, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's enormous potential there. We've got some opportunities, hopefully in a future reconciliation bill to weave that in, but that would be huge. I think the landfill gas issues, something I don't really focus on, but there's an opportunity there to capture landfill gas and use that for energy. It's being done in a handful of jurisdictions across the country, but it's another one that's kind of a bespoke application that without additional incentives for it tends not to be taken advantage of as much. Though I know a lot of gas companies are now starting to look at landfill gas as a possible means to diversify their gas portfolio.
Great, thanks, Sarah. I'll just ask the last question to Stephen. I thank you so much for talking about the recent notice of proposed rulemaking, which has been described as a major shakeup by FERC. And I think you highlighted some of the hurdles that Order 1000 has encountered over the years, and particularly one of the issues for transmission or lack of long distance transmission lines to connect renewable energy in rural areas has been pushback from incumbent utilities, frankly. And so I was wondering, in terms of this NOPR, if you could give us any ideas of where you think there might be some resistance, how can that resistance be overcome or mitigated?
Sure. Yeah, I think there is one thing I didn't talk too much about it in Order 1000, and the NOPR sort of delicately addresses is there was a lot of the core pushback from the incumbent utilities in response to Order 1000 was not about necessarily the planning part or the cost allocation part. Of course, it was the competition part, right? The idea that this was a historic monopoly that the commission was trying to break open, and a lot of the litigation, a lot of the fights were related to that. And the commission prevailed in court, but set in tension the development of regional transmission and competitive pressures, right? And so when I mentioned that we've seen a growth or expansion in local transmission rather than regional transmission, local transmission is not subject to competition. Now, there are a variety of ways the commission could try to resolve that tension, right? You could completely yield on competition. Monopolies have a track record of getting things built. It's been the history of the electric industry for most of its existence. You try to push forward on competition, but deal with the sort of that tension. The commission proposed an effort to try to facilitate transmission construction by restoring what was called a right of first refusal for incumbent utilities for jointly developed transmission projects. So sort of like trying to buy in other developers to help facilitate construction of lines and to some extent reducing that tension between the build out of the system and competitive influences. We'll see. The reality is transmission planning is so complex that the Venn diagram overlap of what different constituencies want out of it, there is no center to that. It's just a series of partially overlapping circles. And so on the one hand, if you start yielding on competition, you may have state consumer advocates that are very concerned about transmission costs, worried that that might lead to the proliferation of unnecessary transmission or less cost-effective transmission. And so it's a very difficult and delicate thing to balance. I think that's no small part. The value of having a rulemaking process with a proposal is to be able to get feedback and try to figure out whether the commission is calibrating these policies correctly to try to get what we're ultimately aiming to do, which is more transmission at just and reasonable or cost-effective rates, to try to facilitate what we know needs to happen with the energy transition on our grid. And there's probably no perfect balance to that can make all constituencies happy. The commission's ultimately going to have a judgment to make based on the record that it has about whether it's got the right priorities in place to do the core thing it's trying to do, get the transmission that should be built, ideally, at a reasonable cost. It's tricky. There'll be a lot of litigation on the other side of this wherever the commission lands.
Yeah, and I'll have to teach those cases. So I really wanted to end and thank our panelists so much for all of their time and effort in their presentations. It really was fantastic. And thank you, Ben, for managing the virtual learning curve, which it was great to have you all with us virtually. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again to our panelists and for bearing with us, everybody on Zoom. So we're at our break right now. We've got about 10 minutes or so to meander. There's some beverages in the back, and we'll meet back here at 2:40 for our state panel. And also just a quick reminder that all of these slides will be posted to the website, so you'll be able to read those at your leisure. Alrighty, we're gonna get going again here. So please find your seats. Excellent. Well, without further ado, I will introduce my friend and the state regional policy whiz that she is, Greer Ryan. She is the Oregon Clean Buildings Policy Manager, correct? At Climate Solutions. She was at the Center for Biological Diversity before that, and is going to be moderating this panel of state policy experts. We're going to be talking primarily about Oregon and some regional efforts more broadly. So without further ado, thanks for your attention.
Is this on? There we go. Thanks, Ben, and thanks to everyone for being here. This is so great to see. It's really nice to be on this beautiful campus. As Ben said, I am the Clean Buildings Policy Manager at Climate Solutions, which is a regional nonprofit focused on clean energy solutions to the climate crisis. I'm joined today by 3 amazing panelists, each bringing their own lens and years of experience to this work. I won't talk too much at the beginning. I just want to introduce these 3, and then we'll have some time for Q&A and more of a discussion. But as far as introductions go, I'll start with Nora. She'll go first. Nora Apter is the Climate Program Director for the statewide environmental policy advocacy group, Oregon Environmental Council, or OEC. Nora joined OEC in March 2020 after nearly 8 years of defending and expanding cornerstone environmental laws in Washington, D.C., where she served as the Deputy Director of Federal Affairs for the Natural Resources Defense Council and as a legislative aide for U.S. Senator Ron Wyden from our very own Oregon. Nora directs OEC on policy design and advocacy and manages coalition and partner engagement to advance climate, public health, and equity outcomes in Oregon. Originally from Portland, or the Portland metro area, Nora is a proud Lewis and Clark College alum. She'll be discussing Oregon's climate and energy policy and regulatory landscape and where we're at now in meeting some of our climate goals. Then we'll hear from Nicole Hughes, Executive Director of Renewable Northwest. She has over 17 years of experience in the renewable energy industry in areas such as project development, construction, finance, permitting, and policy for utility scale wind and solar energy. She's worked for AWS True Power, HDR, Element Power, RES Americas, Tetra Tech, and the Bonneville Power Administration. Nicole lives in Portland with her husband and 2 kids and spends most of her time recreating in the mountains of the Pacific Northwest. Nicole will cover some regional needs to get us on track to meet our climate goals, including renewables generation build out and regional transmission needs. And then we'll hear from Matt Tidwell, Environmental Policy Manager at Portland General Electric, or PGE. Matt's been in the energy industry since 2010 and has experience in energy efficiency, strategic planning, and decarbonization. He worked at the Bonneville Power Administration for 11 years before joining PGE in 2021. At BPA, he worked on energy efficiency policy and strategic planning. In his current role as Environmental Policy Manager at PGE, he's focused on building decarbonization and energy efficiency. He's also currently serving as a task force member on our state's Resilient Efficient Buildings or Rebuilding Legislative Task Force. And we have our slide up. Matt will speak to end-use decarbonization and electrification needs as needed solutions in the transportation and building sector specifically. So between these 3 panelists, we've got a really nice discussion where we'll hear a lot about where we're at, how we got here, and what we're looking for or looking towards next for climate policy and solutions in the state and in the region. So without further ado, I'll pass it off to Nora.
Great. Thank you so much, Greer. Again, I'm Nora Apter. I'm the Climate Program Director for OEC, which is a statewide environmental policy nonprofit that for more than 50 years has been working to advance innovative, equitable, and lasting solutions to Oregon's environmental challenges. And I'm so excited to be here today among this excellent panel to speak with you all about the climate policy landscape in Oregon, including major recent victories, as well as where we need to go from here to achieve our climate goals.
I think we might need the slide to be moved. This clicker doesn't seem to be working. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can actually go ahead to the next slide. So before diving into the climate policy context, I want to take a moment to remind folks why we are all here. And as anybody who has been living in Oregon the past few years is all too aware, we have really and unfortunately become the poster child for climate change, making international headlines for our deadly and devastating climate-fueled drought, excessive heat, and wildfires. Last summer, unprecedented heat killed more than 100 Oregonians, including farm workers, construction workers, and others working on the front lines of climate impacts. Heat exhaustion also increased the risk of death and injury for countless others, including many elderly and other individuals living alone in too hot apartments. We've also lost lives and more than 4,200 homes and buildings from wildfires in just the past 2 years alone. Entire towns have burned to the ground, and smoke is now a constant part of summer and fall. And as of today, even though it seems especially rainy outside, 72% of our state is suffering from severe drought, and more than half of the state is in extreme drought conditions. So these ever worsening climate impacts really have only underscored the need to use every tool in the climate policy toolbox to reduce greenhouse gas pollution and advance the transition to a clean energy future, and to do so in a way that prioritizes those who have been disproportionately impacted by climate pollution and continue to be disproportionately impacted by climate harms. So I'm really eager to share how Oregon is working to reduce the fossil fuel emissions that are driving these climate impacts. But I first want to briefly review where our emissions are coming from. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this is a chart from the Oregon Global Warming Commission 2020 report to the legislature. And as you can see from those two top lines up there, our emissions are primarily coming from two main sectors. Transportation remains our largest source of climate pollution, responsible for 36% of total emissions due to burning gasoline and diesel for our cars, trucks, and other vehicles. But our second biggest source of pollution, which is actually on the rise, is our residential and commercial buildings, which are responsible for roughly 34% of total emissions. And this is due to the fossil fuels used for both electricity, as well as the fossil gas and oil we use to heat and cool our homes. So thankfully, recent policy actions have created a really critical pathway to decarbonize these and our other top polluting sectors. And I will move to those policy developments now. We could go to the next slide. Thank you. So a major catalyst in Oregon's recent climate progress was Executive Order 2004, or what advocates have dubbed the Oregon Climate Action Plan. And this is the executive order that Governor Brown signed just days after Republicans unfortunately fled the Capitol and denied a quorum and prevented a vote on the cap and invest legislation, and just days before our state shut down due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So the Oregon Climate Action Plan, which I will refer to as OCAP, represented truly historic and sweeping executive action. It did three big things. The first is that it established new greenhouse gas emission reduction targets for our state. And those are to reduce emissions at least 45% by 1990 levels by 2035, and at least 80% by 2050. Second, it mandated our state agencies to help achieve those emissions reductions targets by prioritizing climate change and impacted communities in all of their decision-making. So funding and policy decision-making, prioritizing proceedings, et cetera, mandated them to prioritize climate in all of their work. And lastly, in addition to that general climate directive, importantly, it included more than 40 specific directives to 16 state agencies, boards, and commissions that instructed them to establish new programs and policies to help accelerate emissions reductions and protect communities from climate impacts. So those directives really were kind of across the board, and you can see some of the highlights on the slide, but some of the most notable directives include a stronger clean fuels program standard, stronger mandates for electric vehicles and electric vehicle infrastructure, new building efficiency goals and new standards for efficient appliances, capping and reducing emissions from some of our large fossil fuel suppliers and industrial polluters, protecting workers from climate impacts, and maximizing carbon sequestration on our forests and wetlands and agricultural lands. So while this executive order itself is worth celebrating, of course, we know that what it really comes down to is how the state is actually implementing these directives. And so that's where state agency rulemakings and other proceedings come into play. So thankfully, there has been a really robust engagement effort on behalf of a broad coalition of climate and environmental justice, labor, business, public health, youth, faith, and others who have been participating throughout the last 2 years of multiple ongoing rulemaking processes to implement these directives and really maximize emissions reductions through the implementation of this executive order. I won't have time today to talk about every single climate policy development of the last 2 years because thankfully there have been a lot, but I will highlight a few key areas. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So we hit a major milestone in OCAP's implementation at the end of last year when the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission, or EQC, adopted new landmark regulations to cap and reduce emissions from some of our largest polluting sectors. So this new climate protection program, or CPP, which went into effect in January of this year, establishes mandatory requirements for oil companies and fossil gas utilities like Northwest Natural and Avista to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 50% by 2035 and 90% by 2050. Oregon is only the third state in the country to adopt this type of declining cap across multiple sectors. That same program also established new emissions reduction targets for industrial facilities like cement companies or semiconductor manufacturers to reduce their climate pollution in half by 2035. And given that there were previously no greenhouse gas regulations on major industrial emitters in Oregon, this is a really significant victory for moving the needle on climate pollution from industrial polluters. Finally, the program also includes an alternative compliance option, which is called the Community Climate Investment Program, that will allow the regulated fossil fuel suppliers to invest in clean energy projects to help reduce emissions from transportation, buildings, and industry, and support environmental justice in other communities across the state in the transition. And depending on how much fossil fuel suppliers rely on that alternative compliance option for complying with their emissions reduction requirements under the program, it could generate up to hundreds of millions of dollars annually in investments in Oregon communities. The Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, has also made some really significant progress in driving down emissions, specifically from the transportation sector. Notably, at the end of last year, the Environmental Quality Commission adopted 2 clean truck rules that will speed the transition to electric and cleaner medium and heavy duty vehicles by phasing out polluting diesel engines in favor of zero emissions trucks, buses, vans, and more. Oregon was the first in the nation after California to adopt these rules, and now many states have followed suit. In addition, the legislature has complemented these efforts through increased funding for EV rebates, as well as doubling those rebates for lower income Oregonians. Lastly, the legislature has adopted significant policies to decarbonize Oregon's electricity grid, as well as to support an equitable transition to a clean energy economy. Most notably, the 100% Clean Electricity for All bill, or HB 2021, was signed into law last year, and that will require Oregon's electric utilities to reduce emissions associated with electricity sold to Oregon consumers, to transition to 100% clean, emissions-free energy sources by 2040. So we're now tied with New York for the fastest transition in the nation. And that means that by 2040, the electricity that brings power to our homes and businesses will be powered by clean, renewable sources like solar and wind. That same law, HB 2021, also supports regional sharing of clean power and disallows development of new fossil gas power plants in Oregon. I'm excited for Nicole to speak more to that policy and implementation in a few minutes. But of note, the legislature has also adopted new laws to support cleaner and more affordable, healthier buildings by creating new programs that support energy efficiency, reduced energy burden for lower income Oregonians, and safer living environments in the face of ever worsening heat and smoke impacts. So in short, these policies, as well as others that I'm not taking time to walk through today, have really set the path for Oregon to significantly reduce our emissions and provide immediate jobs and public health benefits for Oregon communities. Next slide, please. So the million-dollar question, are we on track to meet our emissions reduction goals? So even with these important recent policy wins, unfortunately, the answer is no, not quite. We are still not on track to meet the level of progress that is needed or envisioned to secure a healthy and safe climate future. So this chart is from a recent report by the nonpartisan energy and environmental policy firm, Energy Innovation, who we heard from earlier. Energy Innovation recently analyzed Oregon's current climate policies, including the CPP and 100% clean and clean truck rules, and concluded that while we have re-emerged as a climate leader in the United States, we will need to go bigger and bolder every year to make up for decades of inaction. And I'm paraphrasing there, but the report found that with increased ambition and additional policies layered onto the recent progress that I just reviewed, we can achieve our state targets to reduce emissions at least 45% by 2035 and 80% by 2050. And we also can and should go even farther to reduce emissions in line with what the best available science and the International Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, has concluded is necessary to avoid irreversible and catastrophic climate impacts. So the report, the Energy Innovation Report, found that by adopting stronger policies, especially for buildings, transportation, and agriculture, Oregon would reduce emissions 50% by 2035 and 74% by 2050. Which would in turn boost our state's GDP by nearly $4 billion and create 18,000 jobs by 2050. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. So we have these great foundational policies that are setting the path for this transition in Oregon. And we know that additional state action will be necessary to build on this progress, not only to ensure that emissions reductions happen at the pace and scale that is necessary, but also to enable an equitable transition to a clean energy future. So where do we go from here, and what are the gaps in Oregon's current climate policy landscape? First, we know we need additional policies to decarbonize our building sectors through efficiency and electrification and reining in the use of fossil gas in buildings. So while the Climate Protection Program sets necessary limits to cut pollution from fossil gas utilities, it doesn't tell those companies how they intend to achieve those reductions. So for instance, there is some interest by utilities to transition to substitute fuels like renewable natural gas, which we know is still primarily methane and therefore still poses the same climate and health risks. So that's just one example. And again, we know all of these policies work in tandem to drive down our emissions. And so more work is needed on behalf of state agencies and the legislature to ensure an affordable and equitable transition to a decarbonized building sector. Second, while we are excited to celebrate the new pollution targets for industrial emitters under the Climate Protection Program, it is important to note that they are just targets. So each of those facilities will have to go through what DEQ is calling a best available emissions reduction approach to identifying actions they'll take to reduce emissions. But they are not held to that requirement in the same way that fossil fuel suppliers are under the cap. Likewise, neither the CPP or HB 2021 regulate emissions from in-state fossil gas plants that export electricity, or the state's investor-owned utilities, or any of the state's public utilities. So expanded policies will ultimately be necessary to fully cover pollution from those sources. Third, while the Climate Protection Program will drive down emissions from oil companies and other transportation fuel suppliers, we know that in order to clean up and replace, clean up and replace the heavy fossil fuel use by our cars, trucks, and other vehicles, the way we get around really needs to change. And so if we want to reach our climate goals, we need to be really bold. And that means policies that prioritize convenient, affordable, safe, and accessible transportation options that reduce our reliance on single occupancy vehicles, and that we are focused on electrifying all of the remaining driving and using cleaner fuels for the rest. So there is still work to do in the transportation sector as well. Fourth, thanks to HB 2021, our electricity grid again is on track to be sourced by 100% clean, zero emission energy by 2040. However, there is still additional work to be done on the implementation side of things to ensure that we're maximizing the benefits of a clean grid through things like increased storage and added transmission capacity, which Nicole will speak to, I believe, in more detail. And then finally, we heard a lot from the earlier panel about all of the opportunities in federal investments coming down through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There's also opportunities through appropriations and hopefully someday the Build Back Better Act, as well as opportunities through the state budget process to really harness investments and make sure that we are supporting funding toward a clean energy future. So that means clean energy incentives, as well as investments in workforce development programs that ensure that all Oregonians are able to reap the benefits of this transition to a clean energy economy. Next slide, please. All right, so in summary, to succeed in Oregon, we must advance policies that support efficient, fossil-free and healthy buildings, prioritize clean and equitable transportation options, promote a resilient energy future, and maximize jobs and health benefits for Oregon communities. So with that, I will hand it over to Nicole, and I'm looking forward to answering questions during Q&A.
Thanks, Nora. What's that? Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. So I am the Executive Director of Renewable Northwest. We are a regional clean energy advocacy organization. we do policy work. So we were part of the coalition that Nora was talking about that was working on House Bill 2021 and the similar bill that was passed a few years ago in Washington, the Clean Energy Transformation Act. We also engage in regulatory work. So we are in the regulatory agencies that regulate our investor-owned utilities in all 4 states that we work in. And that work includes, proving out the value of renewables, making sure that the capacity contributions are accurate, and making sure that renewables are considered in the procurement process of utilities. And then markets and transmission, making sure that renewables can interconnect to the grid, that the greatest capacity of the grid is being used, and that we're looking at tools for expanding regional markets to help meet our clean energy standards in the region. So just, earlier when Ben was talking about the odd bedfellows of capitalism and environmentalism, I was like, well, that's my membership, basically. So we're a very unique organization in that our members are both for-profit organizations that develop, operate, and manufacture materials around renewable energy. We also have law firms and environmental consulting firms as our members. We also represent nonprofits who are interested in the environmental benefits of decarbonization. Both Climate Solutions and OEC are members of Renewable Northwest. So during, before we started working on the actual words around House Bill 2021, we wanted to run some scenarios to try and figure out what are the different pathways to getting to these goals. And so we did a partnership with Grid Lab and the Clean Energy Transformation Institute, and pulled together a large stakeholder group and hired Evolved Energy, I need to look at my slides, I'm realizing, Evolved Energy to do some analysis around that. Now, I'm mostly presenting this study because I want you to read it yourself and learn all the great information that's in there. I'm not the technical expert in my team that can go through all the details, but I am going to talk about sort of the highlights of the study and what we learned from it. So the study looked at, even though we knew House Bill 2021 was going to be specifically focused on the electricity sector, we knew we needed to run scenarios that included decarbonization scenarios for the entire economy, because how you decarbonize the transportation sector is going to affect how things happen on the electricity sector, and same with buildings and clean fuels. So that was, the study was a full look at the entire economy on decarbonization. And we both ran scenarios on the supply side, like if you had X amount of new renewables, this is what it would look like, and as well as the demand side. And that's an important piece that I'll talk about here in a little bit. So also one thing to note, really important about this study, is that it was being done at the same time ideas around House Bill 2021 were bubbling up. And so we didn't know the exact language of the bill. We didn't know the year that we were going to get to 100% clean. And so it was modeled after the Clean Energy Transformation Act in Washington and some general assumptions of how clean energy laws have been going in the region. So I'm going to spend most of my time today talking about the action items that came out of that study. And so again, the timeframes don't quite match up exactly with the final bill, but there's good ranges within there to talk about. So the first really important thing that we learned in this study, and that we know to be true, is electrification is very important. Electrification of all sectors. And the study looked at, it used a model called RIO to evaluate the cost impacts of these different scenarios. And in every scenario, we found that the earlier you invested in electrification, the better the outcome. The longer you put it off, the more expensive it was going to be and the smaller impact it was going to have. So early electrification in all sectors is key here. Retire coal, yeah, we're doing that. Thanks to previous bills that have been passed in Oregon and Washington, there are requirements for our utilities to get coal out of rates. There still will be coal floating around in the market, although the major owners of the coal facilities that Oregon gets its coal from are trying to get out of those contracts and shut those generators down. I have regional markets on here. That's going to be a theme I talk about a lot. Stephen Wellner talked a little bit earlier today about this. He mentioned that 2/3 of our country are met by large wholesale markets that are regulated by FERC. We're living in the third that isn't. And so that means that how we go about meeting these challenges is a little bit differently. So basically our region is comprised of 38 balancing areas. That's 38 different entities that are responsible for keeping the lights on. So you can imagine that there's a little bit of inefficiency there when you acknowledge that the resources that we need to meet these demands are regionally diverse. And so basically in order to, we've started realizing that in order to take advantage of the full diversity benefit of resources, we need to be able to access resources all across the West. Thanks to the Bonneville Power Administration, we have a way to do that with the federally managed hydro system. But for non-federal resources, we don't. And there's inefficiencies to getting, say, the wind from Montana to Oregon, the solar from California and Arizona to Oregon. And you can imagine that each of these resources has its own unique environment in which it operates. And so the resource is going to be peaking at a different time and have a different intensity. When you match those all together, you get the full diversity benefit of renewables. So there are a lot of things happening right now in the region that are looking at how do we do this? The region has kind of tried to solve this problem before and for various reasons has failed. And so there was sort of an agreement that we need to take it step by step. So I'm, not sure how much you are following, but the California Independent System Operator just put out a straw proposal for a day-ahead market. That's big news in our world. SPP is working on a day-ahead market as well. And here in the Northwest, well, actually it's West-wide now, we were really proud to have stood up and moving towards FERC approval of a resource adequacy program that would share capacity resources across the entire West. So there are incremental steps towards regional markets happening. It's basically sort of become an agreed upon thing in the region that without some regional market sharing, we will be very challenged to meet these clean energy resources or our clean energy targets. I have to look at my thing. Okay, so again, so in the 2020s, we see lots of build out of new renewables. We see the need also to, when I talk about renewables, I want to talk about also not just the massive utility scale resources that sell power wholesale market, but also the distributed energy resources. So these are the resources on your home, like your solar panels, or these are the storage technology that we could put in a community or a community energy resource. And that's one of the things that came out of the Clean Energy Pathways study that was really important. Why we looked at the demand side is that in addition to the investments in new generation, we have to start reducing not only the amount of energy that we use, but the time we use the energy. We used to talk a lot about matching generation to load. So this is when the load uses the electricity. So this is when we have to generate electricity. We try to flip that narrative a little bit now and say, maybe we need to have the load match the generation. Like we know when the solar is peaking and we have a pretty good idea seasonally of how wind works. So let's be better about being mindful. That's a big challenge because essentially what we're asking our utilities to do is take a rate cut. We're basically saying, we don't want you to make as much money because we're going to tell your users not to use as much electricity. So we're thinking of creative ways to provide incentives to utilities to make investments in demand side resources. Maybe they can earn a rate of return on an investment in a distribution system project that sort of improves the robustness of the distribution system to be able to hold some resources on the end of a distribution system. So early electrification, investment in demand side resources, and build out of new renewables. So this is where it gets a little hard. How do we do that? How do we build out new renewables in the region where we already know that we have some big challenges. So in the 2030s, we thought, well, we have to have new transmission. Knowing how long it takes to build new transmission, I don't know that we're going to get it done by 2030. So I'm really glad that Stephen Weller also talked about the deficiencies of FERC Order 1000. So I don't have to go into complaining about that. But the thing that's important to realize is this, the NOPR is a really great step towards like acknowledging that we need to do regional transmission planning better. But because we are not in that 2/3 of the country that's served by a regional market, it isn't that great for us here in the Northwest, because we don't have a mechanism for doing transmission rate allocation across a regional area so that we can build regional transmission and in time to get the renewables onto the system. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So in these 38 balancing areas, you have utilities that either own transmission themselves or utilities that use Bonneville Power's administration's transmission. So the challenge is, how do we build transmission that sort of crosses these balancing areas and that not one utility is going to get stuck with the bill, so then one utility's ratepayers are going to have to pay for that cost. And so we're here in the West trying to think through some really creative ways to identify transmission congestion areas and say, is there a way that 3 utilities could benefit from this transmission and we can allocate those costs over those 3 different utilities? Additionally, there are challenges to building renewables, but who out there really wants to have a massive transmission line in their backyard? So there are some significant challenges with siting, permitting, transmission lines. And I mean, I worked at Bonneville in 2005 and 6, and there's transmission lines that I was working on that still haven't been built. So, I mean, it's just really difficult and it takes time. So gotta look at my thing here. Okay, yes. So electrification again in 2030s, and that is like basically almost 100% of transportation needs to be electrified by the 2030s. So again, we need the robust distribution system ready to handle that. And I'm hoping you're going to talk a little bit about some of that. And then moving into the 2040s, like we would expect the entire economy to basically be electrified by that time. In the study, there are mentions of electrolytic fuels, and those are really focused on the hard to electrify sectors, the long range commercial vehicles, and also decarbonization of like agricultural fertilizers and things like that. I think that's where you hear people talk about the applications of hydrogen. Gonna look this way here. And storage also, I don't want to forget storage. There's lots of great storage technologies out there. It's just a matter of getting them to scale. And it's also a matter of making sure that we're implementing them the way that the full value of them is realized. So there's lots of regulatory fixes that probably need to be made so that we can make sure that we're getting the full value out of a project that might be a solar plus storage or even individual storage on users' facilities. And then I mentioned here carbon neutrality. So this is again where even though we're going for 100% clean in Oregon by 2040, this is where the regional market issue comes up. And I want to end talking about greenhouse gas accounting a little bit because it's going to be a big issue in the rulemaking around House Bill 2021 is that the way that our market works right now, there is carbon within the system that is called unspecified power. Basically, it's power that hasn't been identified to a specific generator. And when we were doing the rulemaking around the Clean Energy Transformation Act in Washington, this came up because people were saying, well, if we want to participate in the energy imbalance market, or if we're buying our power from Bonneville Power Administration, we can't account for what's going to be on the system. And so there's lots of really smart people that are trying to figure out what is an appropriate tracking system for determining what's on the system and if we are really getting to that 100% clean. I'm not saying this is a fault of any of the current it's just the way the system operates. So the goal is really to create greenhouse gas accounting and tracking systems that don't interfere with our utilities' ability to participate in regional markets, because we know that regional markets are needed for decarbonization. So that is, the rulemaking is just kicked off for House Bill 2021. I can anticipate our shop is going to be very closely watching the greenhouse gas accounting issues. One thing that's different this time around is this is not a renewable portfolio standard. This doesn't say you have to get your generation from X, Y, and Z type of generator. It says the emissions need to be carbon free. And so we are looking at picking out these, molecules of carbon emissions in an economy. And this is going to add a level of complexity that we haven't dealt with here before in Oregon. So that's pretty much it for what I see the challenges are to meeting these challenges. And then I will hand it right over. Oh yeah.
Okay, thanks everybody for having me. Matt Tidwell, Portland General Electric, Greer. Thanks for moderating and having me be on the panel. And Ben, thanks for helping organize the conference. Beautiful day here in Portland area, so super nice. I am going to try to take my remarks down to your level. Down to the end user level. We have super awesome, great presentation so far on kind of things happening at the national level. Nora and Nicole speaking to the state and regional level. So now I want to try to see if we can also make this personal as well. So if I could just go one slide. So I'll just be having one slide today, giving us all the chance to really soak into the present and future of the electrified or the electric grid. So the context of the changes of the generation resources, the transmission to get it to load, various policies on emitters, all of that super awesome context. Okay, now dropping it down to all of our personal level, really try to focus also mainly on the residential side. The old way is kind of captured there in that top left corner. This is really, it's super, super helpful for me and hopefully for you as well to really think about the dramatic transformation that's happening with energy services. So the electric system, I can't remember when the first one was in whatever it was, New York, it's over like 150 years old, right? That system all the way up until just 10 years ago, is probably fairly easy to capture as big utility scale resources, coal plants, natural gas plants, hydroelectric plants, far away from population centers, generate lots of power distributed across transmission lines, have a local utility, drop it down to the distribution system and give it to end users. They use that, they get a bill. And that's really the nature of the relationship, right? Super awesome, contributes to all of the amazing, economic growth and other benefits that we've had. But to really kind of understand how that's changing both now and in the future, I think is super, super fascinating. And also realizing that each and every one of you can be a part of that transformation. So, and then moving into the larger, brighter part of the slide you see, right? You have this relationship that's really back and forth between the, let's say, local distribution utility like PGE and you in your home. So that could be all sorts of different things. You charging your electric vehicle and doing that at a specific time of the day or night when power maybe is more available or cleaner or cheaper, all the way to having battery storage at your house, to putting solar panels maybe on your house. All of these things involve a new relationship between the electric utility and the consumer. And so there's just so much awesome, exciting stuff happening there. And depending on your situation, there's lots of different ways of engaging in this electrified future or now present. A couple of other things. So the things I have mentioned here, energy efficiency, been around for a long time, demand response, newer electric vehicles. All of these things provide not only what's really been kind of a focus today, a key pathway, as Nicole said, to a decarbonized future. All of the greenhouse gas benefits that come from electrification, but all of the other things of managing load, just like what Nicole said. How do you reduce load to better match generation rather than having more and more resources to meet marginal demand load? So question for the audience, and be honest, prior to today, raise your hands if you had heard about electrification. Yes, okay. Now, next one, and be honest, and I better be seeing Nick's hand back there. Who's used the hashtag electrify everything on your socials? Let's be honest. All right, Nick's the only one. Okay. Oh, okay, we got another. Great. Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to mention on this one, really on the transportation side and on building electrification. There are obviously so many things to talk about that you could, any one panelist could just take up in 10 or 15 minutes. So I just wanted to capture a couple, but I really want to paint it in the picture of this just unbelievably dramatic technological inflection point. Okay, I'll call it the Kodak moment. Everybody know what that means? Or a new one I just read about last night, the BlackBerry moment, right? BlackBerry in 2009 has over 50% of market share of smartphones. A mere 5 years later, 2014, what is it? 1%, right? Kodak, what do I mean by that? Absolutely dominant market player in pictures. What happens? Digital camera revolution happens. They don't ride the wave. And then, that's kind of the end of the story of that major brand. So very similar things happening at the end use level when it comes to energy services. So I joined PGE in April of last year, kind of a new position focused on building electrification and building decarbonization. Let me tell you how much harder and unfun my job would be if what I was trying to do both at the policy level and just interaction with people was to try to get everybody to adopt the electric resistance coil cooktops, okay? That would be very difficult, right? One of the reasons why natural gas cooktops were so successful is because it was a superior means of cooking for most people at that time. Electric resistance takes forever, inefficient, right? There's like very obvious reasons for why natural gas cooking became so popular. And then for heating, similar thing. So on the cooking side, thankfully, those who are trying to hashtag electrify everything are not trying to get everybody to go to electric resistance cooking. There's this amazing new way of cooking with magnets called induction cooking, right? It uses electric power, uses magnetic power to heat the food. I think, pretty confident that we'll look back and see this technological inflection point as being, that is an incredible technology. Simmer points, incredibly low, very, very fine tuning controls for cooking, super easy to clean up. You take your pot off and your 3-year-old kid who's trying to help you cook eggs puts their hands on the cooktop, not going to get burned, might be a little bit warm from the surface, but there's no like residual heat there. And that's not even to mention indoor air pollution benefits from that, right? So there's all these policies, all these people trying to work to like help promote that. Lots of issues with cost, accessibility for everybody, right? But the fact that the technology is there is just like, for me, a super important point for optimism. Let's talk about, how you heat and cool your place, heat pumps, right? If I was here, my company or anybody else was trying to get you to adopt baseboard heating instead of natural gas, oh man, that job would be super tough, right? But we have these amazing things called heat pumps that can really work for any case. And rather than continually, using a source of energy to create heat, they're essentially using their technology to move around heat. And so you can get these appliances that are 300%. For every like 1 unit of electric power you put into them, you're getting 3 units of like energy, like energy service use out of them. It's just unbelievable when you actually think about what that is. And there's there's a very reason why there's essentially people that are just like evangelicals about heat pumps out there. They're like incredible. And I think one of the awesome things about it to realize it is, I've seen numerous studies, even if you are in the dirtiest place in the country, right? Let's say assume almost all of your power for your electric power is powered by coal, you are still better off from a greenhouse gas perspective having a heat pump than you are other alternatives because they are so efficient, right? And then, is that the only thing that you sell people on because of efficiency? No. Why do they do it? Because there's so much other value to it, right? They're really good at comfort, making your house feel a constant, whatever temperature you like it to be, 68 or 72 or 70, right? Keeping that set point really consistent, reducing the feelings of draft. I mean, they're amazing, right? And so that's why you'll have this happening at an accelerated rate. There are obviously challenges, right? With every dramatic transformation in history, there are challenges, and thankfully we have tons of people, and hopefully many of you in the room who are working to try to help, overcome those cost barriers, installation issues. So it's, not sitting here promising that everything's going to be rosy, but that's also the part of the challenge and what makes it fun to work in this space. And then on the transportation side, right? For buildings, I kind of feel like where we were maybe 5 or 10 years ago on transportation. A lot of the, incumbent parties, putting it into doubt, calling it into question, and then you just have superior market, technologies come to the market. And for the longest time, it's those liberals in Portland that drive Teslas. This is never going to work, right? Well, like, what do we got right now? American-made trucks just about ready to roll off the assembly line. It's going to be such a game changer. Why? Not because you can just have your Ford F-150 and they're awesome and you get to pull your boat and all that kind of stuff. But when we're talking about an electrified grid, the ability for you to say power your house in the event of a climatic event causing an outage for 3 days, the ability to power your house, it's just such a fundamental game shift that it's going to take a while, I think, for people to catch up to that, about how awesome and cool that is. So I'm really excited about that. And then also, we got a little bus here too, electrified transportation here for buses, right? Super key part of existing pollution in neighborhoods. And for the kids who ride those buses, so having those be clean is something really excited about. And then lastly, I will conclude with an invitation for you all to participate in this, right? Not all of us are able to be at the table trying to work on transmission policy or the generation of new resources, or be in Salem and fight for new progressive laws that push us forward in the climate space. But thankfully, all of us have a role to play in this electrified future. And it's a key thing to remember that it's a journey, right? Most people in the same month do not change out to get a heat pump and get rid of their dryer that wasn't electric and get an EV and change out their cooktop, right? So the nice thing about the journey and thinking about it as a journey is you have a time to plan for it. And there are instances where it's especially important to plan for it. So with, say, heating, about 85% of the time when somebody changes out their heat, whether it's existing equipment to a new version of it, it happens at the point of failure. For most people, that's not the best time to make a often multiple $1,000 decision, right? And so to the degree that you have the brain space and the ability to think proactively about that, right? Go outside. If you have air conditioning, how old's my air conditioner? How old's my furnace? How old is my electric resistant hot water heater? You have the opportunity to really be proactive about that and preferably have the chance to change those things out before they fail. If you're moving to electric, there are potential panel upgrade issues. There's oftentimes resistance from existing contractors who are maybe a little bit less comfortable with new technologies. So the degree that you can be proactive, reach out to those contractors that are really excited about heat pumps or really excited about heat pump hot water heaters and kind of have those on speed dial for, when you get a tax refund or a bonus or, something like that, is really makes the whole thing a lot easier for you. And then the other piece about this vision here of the kind of two-way power flow and two-way relationship is so many of these new technologies can be integrated into the grid to make the grid, more resilient than they have in the past. So that could be a truck or electrified buses that help support the grid, to heat pump hot water heaters that can be controlled by the distribution utility or distribution system operator to meet certain demands of the electric grid. So that benefit of not only all the value that you get out of a particular appliance or service, but also what it provides to the grid is super meaningful and exciting for me. So I invite you to all be a part of the journey, and happy to answer any questions during Q&A. Thank you all.
Is this on? It is. Good. Thank you so much. It was really great to hear from everybody here. Before turning it to the audience for questions, want to start off by acknowledging that there are a lot of people in Oregon working on these issues who are not here on the panel today and not represented here, including community-based organizations, many critical advocates and experts representing BIPOC and rural communities. But issues around affordability and energy burdens, as Dr. Reams mentioned in the last panel, are critical. The amount of money households spend on energy will be affected by this transition. And environmental health and justice concerns are critical topics. So I just love to start us off by asking you all a little bit, without being able to dive into everything, of course, for your perspective on how state agencies and other leaders in Oregon are working to address environmental and energy justice concerns as we reach our climate goals. And then also where in particular more resources and attention need to be paid. Who would like to take it?
Well, earlier I was talking about the importance of investing in the demand side and distributed energy resources. And as part of House Bill 2021, there is a grant program for ensuring climate resiliency. And it's available to municipalities and tribes. And I think that's one good start. We worked really hard to prepare tribes for being able to take advantage of that. And what that might look like is funding for them to start a clean energy program or do an analysis on how they could decarbonize their energy use, or developing a project on tribal lands or in a rural community, developing a community energy project. That's a good start. I think I recently have talked with the Department of Energy, Oregon Department of Energy, about doing a little deeper dive on their resiliency study that they put out a couple of years ago. Now that we have House Bill 2021 in place, it's going to be really important to make sure that we are making the important investments on the demand side to address community resiliency, and with a specific focus on environmental justice and equity, really focusing on those communities like Nora was talking about before that have been impacted by wildfires, or communities that have just not had the opportunity to be a part of the transition that we've seen here in Multnomah County: access to charging stations, access to clean and affordable home heating units in their rentals and things like that. So I think that's one way we're kind of starting to have the conversation, but need to do more work.
Thanks, Nicole. And thanks for kicking us off with a great question, Greer. I think on the state agency front, it really comes down to adequate representation and accessibility and prioritization as kind of the buckets that come to mind. At the outset of the executive order I was talking about earlier, EO 2004, there was a big push on behalf of advocates to ensure that the state processes that were being kicked off as part of moving to implement those directives were really accessible, so that the public understands when there are opportunities to weigh in, that those comments are actually being reflected in the decisions that state agencies are considering and making. I think we have seen some progress to that end, in part thanks to COVID, just having rulemaking processes held virtually makes it so that someone who might otherwise not be able to leave work in the middle of the day or travel down to Salem is able to call in or listen in and provide comments that way. So I do think that is an important part of accessibility in public processes. I think, though, we need to think about representation in terms of who are those decision makers on our state agencies and boards and commissions that are in charge of policymaking decisions. Just to take, one agency, we're talking about buildings a lot. The building code division is, I would say, not very representative in terms of the diversity of stakeholders and interests that are affected by decisions from those building code division boards. So making sure that we have processes that are set up in a way that helps ensure more diverse and adequate representation in those decision-making bodies. And then, as part of both of those pieces, representation and accessibility, helping to drive outcomes that really are prioritizing benefits for those communities and thinking through what that looks like. So we talked about, for instance, the Build Back Better Act earlier. There's really great opportunity there for clean energy tax incentives, but those are only as beneficial as how they're constructed. So our members of our Oregon delegation were able to write some of those in a way where there's a direct pay mechanism. So you're able to access those incentives as not dependent on your tax liability, right? So thinking about who really needs to benefit and have access to these types of incentives and benefits most, and how to write policies in a way that ensures that.
That's great. Thank you. And I'd like to, I guess, open it up to anybody else who might have questions. And there's one in the front here. I don't see Ben, so I'm going to go ahead and hand my mic.
I'm Dale Feek. I've been involved in Environmental Quality Commission meetings since 2013. I've seen the change of the leadership of that commission based upon who appoints those environmental quality commissioners. And Governor Brown ended up firing 2 or 3 of them, and we have a whole new Environmental Quality Commission board. We need effective leadership like Governor Brown to continue, so whoever replaces her will be able to follow through with what you're talking about. We need to have a very strong DEQ, which we do have under Richard Whitman. He's provided, in my point of view, excellent leadership to get through regulations to support these policies. My question for you is, how are we going to make sure that Betsy Johnson doesn't get elected so that it doesn't decimate the Environmental Quality Commission and eliminate all the rules you're talking about that makes the progress now? That's my question. I'm a political guy. I walk our neighborhood. I'm knocking on doors, trying to convince people to vote, I think, the correct way. What are you doing as your groups to make it sure that what you're talking about can actually get done in 3 or 4 or 5 years?
This is where I have to, I run a 501c3 and Nora works for a 501c3. We're not allowed to work on campaigns. So, but we are allowed to educate policymakers. And so I think that's the role that our organizations play, is making sure that the policymakers understand what it is that's going to move the needle, and then making sure that, we do also speak with candidates if they have questions about, what is it that the voters really want to know that I need to be able to articulate to them. So, but I think personally, we probably do more politically than we do as 501c3s that we work for.
Yeah, as Nicole said, OEC is also a non-electoral organization, but we do work to educate the public as far as the need to elect pro-climate candidates at every level of government. So while we're not speaking for any one individual candidate. I always say to members or the public, the most important thing that an individual can do to reduce their own carbon footprint is to make sure that we're electing pro-climate decision makers. And so that's certainly something that we're doing right now. And I think also thinking about the longevity and sustainability of the policies that we have been able to get through both administratively and legislatively. The executive order, sure, that could be undone with a pen stroke, but the extensive and thorough and robust rulemaking processes that agencies have gone through to construct and adopt these new programs and regulations, that will take another rulemaking process to roll those back. So it becomes harder. So we are feeling, confident in that. And as Nicole said, continuing to educate and make sure we have strong champions in the legislature who understand their role in providing oversight and accountability of state agencies, and continuing to move the ball forward through additional policies will be critical.
Do you want to say, no, okay.
I won't, I'll answer it in a slightly different way. So as Greer mentioned at the beginning, I'm the electric utility representative on a task force that came out of a bill passed this legislative session, looking at the realm of potential policies for consideration in the next legislative session around building decarbonization and building codes, et cetera. It's a pretty big scope, which is exciting. And so, your point about, leadership positions is great. There's also, a lot that happens, at more decentralized levels, right? So take this task force, 27 members, 4 legislators on it. It's like in that mix, right? There's lots of politics. The thing that I like about the opportunity and being on it is there's so many, there are overlapping interests. And so the challenge is how do you kind of work with folks, in a collaborative fashion to try to identify those. We often kind of in this space kind of start with like fuel as the end rather than like the means. And so how do you identify that like people want their homes and their buildings to be heated and cooled and have good air quality and things like that. And so trying to get through those conversations to where you can essentially find yourself in that overlapping Venn diagram of like shared interest and then come up with, a set of new policies that you try to get as many folks as on board as possible. So that's one thing that I'm personally trying to do is try to have that task force be something that's really productive that can really lead to real change in the next legislative session.
Thank you all for that. Ben tried to sign something at me. I did not understand it.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you wanted to ask one more question, Greer, and then we have one from Zoom as well.
I'd love to hear the one from Zoom. Yeah.
From Zoom? Okay. So this question says, we've heard about the need to electrify everything as soon as possible, and also that we need approximately 3 times as much generation to do that, about challenges around building transmission lines and the need for affordability and equity. Are the panelists confident that we can rapidly electrify everything? And if so, what is a realistic timeline? What do they see as the biggest roadblocks?
That's a great question. It's a multi-parter. Maybe the first part we can say, are folks confident that we can electrify everything? And in this sense that, as Nicole said, there are some hard to electrify end uses that are niche.
I mean, I think the technology is there. It's just how much money we want to spend and how fast we want to spend it.
Great. I believe the second part was, what are the barriers? That might have been the third part. What are the roadblocks to getting there?
And was the question specifically about electrification or the roadblocks to all the things that were listed, the build out and?
It seems to be.
They listed the various things that we talked about, and then they said, what are the roadblocks to effectively electrifying everything? Is that right, Ben?
Yeah, I think broad strokes, what are the main hurdles to electrify everything?
I mean, I think we need a very robust distribution system if we're going to be electrifying everything. We need all the things that Matt's working on. And we need the investments to go to the right places. So we're going to have to work on our regulatory structure to make sure that the utilities are incentivized to do that. In the same regard that we have challenges electrifying end uses such as vehicles and home heating and things like that, we also have political pressure that we have to address. And there's questions about, some existing role that certain utilities play in our state. And, in Washington, there are utilities that provide both electricity as well as gas. And so there's a challenge there. I think there's a question about what should the future role be of gas. And I think as we've talked mostly today about electrification and the electricity sector, there are other sectors that are very hard to electrify that we need to make investments in. The problem is, again, it's just a capacity. How much do we want to spend and how quickly do we want to spend it? Our studies show that the earlier we spend that money, the better the outcomes.
Okay, I'll add just a few. Yeah, because there's definitely a lot to be aware of and think through. Those hard to electrify end uses, that's definitely a big one. The robust, distribution system. But one thing to keep in mind in terms of like the thought about the new resources, inefficient heating is such a critical opportunity. Those who have inefficient heating, I'm talking like the baseboard heating, that's just essentially, you're familiar with what I'm talking about. And it's generally those that have higher energy burden have that inefficient heating, right? So this is what I mean by like the intersecting interest here. Like someone who wants to address energy burden also has the great opportunity to target inefficient heating, right? It's contributing to the energy burden. It doesn't provide them cooling. So great opportunity to upgrade that multifamily building, low income owned single family residence to a ductless heat pump that provides both heating and cooling. And one of the cities and utilities north of us, Seattle City Light, has a really robust and expansive electrification strategy. EPRI took a look at that and said that their estimate was that if they just got rid of all of the existing inefficient heating, it would likely allow for about 40% of the overall new load that they would be expecting for electrification, right? So it's not just take load now and then add all of it. It's if we're really, really smart about it and aggressive, we can go after all of the existing inefficient load that's already there to kind of help make some headroom, if you will, for the new electrified load. Other barriers, those folks who interact directly with end users, more focus has to be on all the way from the supply chain of HVAC appliances, right? Where they're made, how expensive they are to drive down those costs, all the way to installers, right? This is bread and butter stuff. They've been doing this for, decades. And now you have these policymakers or others want to come in there and try to have them mix it up and do something different. Obviously, like not everyone's just going to be like, oh yeah, that's great. So, don't be surprised. You probably already heard this. Oh, you can't put in a heat pump. It doesn't work when it's, 40 degrees outside, right? Like those sort of like misconceptions or challenges. Does everybody in this room or everybody that are they already super pumped about induction cooktops, or do they love what they currently have, right? Like it is a fact that new homes get premiums if they have a certain type of cookie, right? A certain type of cooktop. So you're not just talking about a transformation where like every end user is like already ready to like take the bait and move along in that journey. Like there's a lot of also challenges and barriers around customer preferences that, folks are identifying and working on. So yeah, it's definitely not a smooth road, but that's why, there's an invitation open to everybody to jump in there and help make it all happen.
Thanks. Just to maybe put a little through line too, between what Nora showed us earlier, buildings and transportation are the two biggest climate emitting sectors in Oregon. And the low hanging fruit to electrify are buildings and transportation. We can electrify those sectors with a very small exception of, these longer haul aviation type transportation uses, but buildings can be electrified. And so it's just, yeah, really appreciate the connectivity between these three speakers here. Nora, did you want to add anything, or? Of course, please. Or we can move on. Okay. Got a question from the front. Do you want to? Ben, I'm just gonna do it.
Thanks. While we're on the building electrification topic, I was curious about your thoughts on pathways forward for increasing access to building electrification and I guess transportation electrification technologies, just knowing that sometimes, especially on the front end, they are more expensive, and just how to deal with that, especially like when it comes to groups like low income, energy burdened, and renters and small businesses.
I'm happy to take a first stab at that. And I think it's a great question. And thankfully, we do have some recent examples, particularly in the Oregon legislature, where we've, in the last couple of sessions, had 2 new laws passed that specifically are addressing efficiency of buildings and home weatherization and retrofits, as well as increasing access to heat pumps through the establishment of new programs. And so I think, well, I can name two of those. One is the Healthy Homes program that was established last year, again, specifically aiming at how are we helping low income and energy burdened Oregonians make sure that they have more energy efficient and healthier home environments. So that's a new program within the Oregon Health Authority. This past session, there were 2 bills led by Verde and other environmental justice partners that were adopted in response to the extreme heat conditions that we experienced last summer. So I mentioned more than 100 Oregonians died during the heat dome. The vast majority of those people were living in too hot buildings without access to temperature controlled environments. And so the bill that passed was specifically focused on how are we creating access to efficient cooling devices like heat pumps, specifically for environmental justice communities, low income communities of color, and other energy burdened populations. So that's a bill that was combined, 2 bills combined into one that passed last session. Just a couple of examples. I also mentioned, the clean energy incentives at the federal level. Again, that sort of direct pay mechanism to make sure that where we are working to create incentives and access to clean energy technologies, that's being set up in a way where you don't have yet another hurdle in order to access those benefits and incentives. So just a few examples, and I'm sure my co-panelists have others.
Yeah, really good question. Like particularly for low income, medium, or middle income customers, like real big issue, right? I mean, these new technologies are more expensive, or even if they're not even new, like they're just big upfront cost, right? You have on the efficiency side a lot of money out there for low income efficiency, but they essentially are not eligible if their home has what are called like health and safety issues, right? If you got like a hole in your roof, you can't participate in these programs. Well, if you're low income, you probably may not be able to afford that low income or that roof repair. So I just saw recently Pennsylvania is considering a law right now that would essentially put the state in the position of helping those investments so that then those low income customers can access those available federal funds, right? So it's those types of things, understanding where the current gaps are and how to plug them. I also think, this is just my opinion, we haven't really still got to the place where everyone is really understanding what is going to come with climate change, right? Even all the things that were mentioned, right? Like reading the news right now about what's happening in India, it's still or wildfires in our state. It still feels to a lot of people, particularly those who are maybe in leadership positions or have positions of authority, that like we got time. And so you just kind of sort of, I'm a history nerd. You kind of think about like World War II, right? And like what the country did to mobilize for that sort of conflict, right? It's like almost trying to think about like a slow rolling World War II. You kind of like try to do some defense stuff and try to get there, right? And then all of a sudden, bam, it smacks you like right in the face. And it's like, then what are you gonna do? Then you mobilize everything for that challenge, right? And so Nora and Nicole and I and others were still kind of in that like marginal policy development phase, right? Like what's that next best thing we can get? I fear that we're going to eventually get to that place where it's going to be like, this is everything. This is it, folks. So like, what's that world going to look like, right? And that's why like we do have that opportunity, even though the politics maybe aren't there right now, but to really think about that. What do you do in that context where like finally everybody is there? And like, then what's the solution set, right? And so like, there's kind of like, we're trying to do as best as we can right now with the solution set to identify the accessibility cost, having everyone be a part of the just transition. But it's like, it's kind of a weird thing. You can be like hopeful for like big policies and big change like that, but it's like that will only come when everyone's like, the hair is finally on fire from everybody. So, it's kind of, hopefully we can try to get those big things before too much of that happens.
Thanks, Matt. I think we could probably sit here all day and talk to everybody, but it's time for us to wrap up. So just want to thank everyone here for listening, and Ben and Holly for having us, and the panelists for sharing their wisdom. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you again for another thought-provoking panel. And now we've got 15 minutes to take a break. Feel free to grab a beverage. The facilities will resume at 4:15. Here's me. I've got a question. Can we reorient space a little bit for everything and it could be just like moving. I mean, it was fun as an audience. I enjoyed it. What is this?
I still remember. Like, searching on purpose.
I like the girl you saw at home. I was like, okay. Well, I also did the audience too, so it made sense. It wasn't like. All right, thank you. Yes, good to see you too. Yes. I'm gonna grab one of those bottles. Do that real quick. I like it.
Everybody.
Nick, it's good to see you. Where are you in town? Everything at the same time? Yeah. Southeast. I'm at South Tabor, the 61st. Yeah. So, are you okay. I was a little like. Yeah, it's always annoying. I know you don't. have my notes on one screen. I'm looking right at it. It's beautiful. You know, it's like I'm looking through, and now I'm over here and everyone was like, ooh. I was like, man, no, like, yeah, it was just again. So there's a piece of me that when I'll be out. It's just sad. It's just sad. Even sad. Okay. So if my building codes division, I was like, ooh, you're deep in building codes division. Is that okay? So what I know is this. Apparently, well, whatever, it was it's in Seattle. That's all I know. That's the only thing that I know. Yeah, I know. That is the truth. There is real.
Alrighty, we're gonna get going again. Please find your seats. And we are going to take it home here with local decarbonization. This panel has a lot to say on building electrification and how to get there for county governments and municipalities in particular. And we are lucky enough to have Sam Barrasso as our moderator here. Sam is a graduate of Duke with a background in environmental management, finance, and social equity, and currently heads the Portland Bureau of Planning and Sustainability's Portland Clean Energy Fund, or PCEF, as you may have heard it. Sam has worked on projects at the intersection of health and the environment, evaluating emerging resources on the use of green infrastructure for water quality, air quality, and psychological health, and believes a truly sustainable Oregon is ecologically, economically, and socially healthy. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Sam.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. It's good to be here with you all. Thank you for sticking around. I am happy to be with you all in person. I think I was going to join remotely, but I'm really happy I got here. This is my second time being in something like this, so bear with us. Thank you, Ben. My name is Sam Barrasso. Again, I'm the program manager at the City of Portland for the Portland Clean Energy Fund. And from what I hear and what I imagine, given the speakers earlier today, you all got to hear a great panel sharing their perspectives on the progress and policies at play at the federal level addressing climate change. You then heard about the great efforts happening at the state level with the adoption of an implementation of Oregon's Climate Protection Plan, House Bill 2021, both critical climate policies that have been long in the making. And yet, despite all the progress we've made, there remains additional policies, incentives, and supporting frameworks that are going to be necessary to get us where our best science tells us we need to go, a net zero economy by 2050. Add to this the most recent report by the International Panel on Climate Change, which essentially says we must make massive and immediate cuts in our greenhouse gas emissions to avoid warming of 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. So there's a lot of work to be done still. So I'm excited to introduce you to the next panel because they will all share about local authorities to regulate natural gas or methane. And so we're going to bring it just one level closer to home. They're going to share their findings, potential legal obstacles, and general lay of the land on natural gas and its infrastructure and how cities and counties can drive additional greenhouse gas emissions reductions. But before I jump in, I'm just going to share a little bit about some context related to the City of Portland and the Portland Clean Energy Fund. The city has policies that directly speak to this topic, policies adopted by City Council. So including in 2017, we adopted the 100% renewable by 2050 ordinance, which said that we need to get to 100% community-wide energy needs with renewable energy by 2050. And then in 2020, we followed and updated that, where we made a call on our electric utilities to deliver 100% clean renewable energy to all Portland residents and businesses no later than 2030. So we brought some of our targets in, and we called on Northwest Natural to fully decarbonize its gas pipeline no later than 2050. So this represents some earlier timelines, and it represents updates to our existing, our prior goals based on new information that we continue to learn. And then in our projects closer to home within the Portland Clean Energy Fund, we've been directly investing in and seeing projects that are investing in deep energy retrofits, including electrifying homes. We know these holistic investments are improving indoor air quality through improved ventilation and electrification of natural gas appliances. But we're still dealing with this thing here within even PCEF that we're seeing is that many folks have a strong preference for natural gas. And so whether it is that feeling of greater resiliency to power outages or comfort with what we know, there's still that it's out there. And so this conversation is really relevant in how we shift that. And then to their credit, Northwest Natural is investing in greater and greater renewable natural gas. So the policy and implementation debate continues on the feasibility of seeing more renewable natural gas being developed, the resulting impacts of keeping that very same infrastructure that delivers both, also carbon-rich natural gas alive. This is all to say that policy is fluid. We're getting better, more updated information about both the impacts of climate change and the state of our climate every single day. It's all too real in what we see. And so it's critical that you all in this audience and beyond listen to the very smart panel here with you all today. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to our first speaker, Nick Caleb. Nick is the staff attorney at Breach Collective, providing legal and strategic support to grassroots partners around the country. He brings significant experience in climate, energy, and air quality and law and policy. Nick served as the staff attorney for the Center for Sustainable Economy and environmental policy staffer for a city commissioner within the city. While working at the city of Portland, Nick stewarded the framework for Portland's 100% renewable energy goals, one of the most ambitious and comprehensive in the US at the time. Nick graduated from the University of Oregon School of Law, and I've had the fortune to work with Nick and know that he's creative and determined, understands local government, has been deeply involved in efforts to prohibit fossil fuel infrastructure in the city and beyond. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to Nick.
Okay. A little bit better? Okay, great. Like Sam said, I'm the climate energy attorney at Breach Collective. We are a 501c3 nonprofit based in Oregon. We're about 1.5 years old. And our mission is to partner with communities on the front line of the climate crisis to advance justice through locally driven campaigns, rooted in the power of advocacy, grassroots organizing, legal advocacy, and human stories. So we're like a accelerator for grassroots climate change policy, I guess you could say, and advocacy. We're unionized through CWA as well. You care about that kind of thing. Good union partner. So today our panel is going to talk about a research collaborative that we've sort of been working on together for the last year or so, I would say. And the big question is, what kind of authority do local governments have to get to decarbonize or electrify their building stock? And before I get into the authority piece, I just want to say that this is work, as Sam alluded to, that's been happening for quite some time in the city of Portland and elsewhere in Oregon. Local governments have wanted to get involved in this advocacy space for a long time. In 1993, the city of Portland created what I think is the first climate action plan anywhere from local government. And since then has been involving itself repeatedly in, I'd say up until about 2014, 2015 in what can we do with suggestion and kind of long-term planning and kind of just like trying to nudge things. And then starting in 2015, 2016, we started to see an influx of large fossil fuel terminals come into the area, and the city started to get more involved in direct regulation of fossil fuel infrastructure and saying, we don't want actually this into our community. And a lot of that energy now has started to move into the space of figuring out how to get off gas in communities. So I'll also give a pitch for the Portland Clean Energy Fund while I'm standing up here, not just because Sam's right next to me, but it's an enormous fund that is really, really necessary and useful for this transition. It's the people's money, and I don't want people to forget that. It's a community institution that we absolutely need in order to get to where we're going to go in decarbonization. So, remember that as potential. You hear news articles and things that kind of call into question. We voted it in with about 65% of the vote 3 years ago. It's off on the ground and it's running now. So, what really prompted a lot of this research for us was what's happening in Eugene, Oregon right now, where they've been trying to figure out their future of gas for many, many years, and have been in kind of stagnated franchise agreement negotiations with Northwest Natural, who's there as utility as well. And their sustainability commission basically advocated that they wanted to get off gas, and they had a franchise agreement that they haven't been able to finalize. And so finally, just last year, advocates were able to convince their city council to move forward with policy to require new buildings to be 100% renewable, and then to put in a timeline to phase out existing buildings as well. Here are a couple of other things that have just happened in the last year that are relevant to our conversation. So up to the top left, you see I don't usually say gas ban, but that's how it was reported in S&P, but a building electrification policy. In Multnomah County, there was a policy that was passed to decarbonize existing buildings and make sure that all new county buildings are fossil free. Our Portland school system just passed an excellent climate policy that calls for decarbonization, electrification, rejects things like renewable natural gas as solutions for them. And then at the city of Portland, there's currently a process that's going on called HART standards, which is trying to balance energy standards along climate and make sure that people can transition in a way that's going to protect renters and other folks that might suffer an energy transition. So there's a lot happening right now. And as it relates to the question, what we've found is that there are a lot of things that local governments can do, actually. There's a big patchwork of federal and state regulations as it relates to the energy system broadly, but local governments retain a lot of wiggle room if they want to exercise it. Of course, there's a lot of politics at play whenever government wants to do anything. And so that's, taken as a given. And depending on where you're at, a city like Portland or in Multnomah County, probably a little bit more willingness to move forward maybe than some other jurisdictions, but the power is there. And we're getting into the details of where that is exactly. So the basic principles of local governance in Oregon are around this principle called home rule. And home rule is an old concept in Oregon. We were the first state in the United States to establish basically local governance through our constitution. Now it is available for cities and counties. And basically this sets the framework for what you call police powers for local governments. And that's the general ability to regulate for the protection of public health, safety, morals, and welfare, which is very broad, also to license and to tax. And, when you think about the exercise of police powers, usually that's in the context of a harm that's either happening or is anticipated, some kind of harm to the community that a local government might want to step in and stop. And as it relates to gas, we can identify at least 4 categories of harm that are currently existing, that there's plenty of information about, that are demonstrable in the context of regulation. The first of those being air toxic exposure, both indoors and outdoors. The science around indoor air quality, I'm speaking to you as a lawyer, so take that into account. But the science around air toxic exposure is starting to become well known as it relates to gas combustion indoors around stoves. The risks of NOx and carbon monoxide in particular, and the way that contributes to asthma, especially in children, at a much higher incidence. I think one study said 42% higher for children in homes with gas stoves than not, is something that's been studied. And if you read the news at all, probably every couple of weeks, you're going to see a new article coming out that other researchers are studying this more and more. So that's something that's a problem. It's also something that is more acute for folks who live in smaller dwellings with poorer ventilation, older technology, which, as you might guess, happen to be renters, low-income folks as well, and people that don't have the ability to easily change out those appliances and improve that setting. There are also risks of leaks, explosions, and in the Pacific Northwest, there's general seismic vulnerabilities of everything, but especially stuff that explodes. So that's something that is an anticipated harm, but you also, if you look in the news and just search Google, you'll find a lot of examples of gas leaks in Portland that you can point to. In Northwest Portland, in recent memory, a building exploded off 23rd Street, I think, years back from a leaking gas pipe. So it's a danger in the community. Also, greenhouse gas emissions from gas, as Greer mentioned earlier, buildings are I think the number 1 or 2 emission sector in Oregon for greenhouse gases. And if we're trying to reduce those, then buildings make a lot of sense to go for. And then there's a lot of anticipated costs for ratepayers, regardless of where we go. If we keep an existing gas system how it is, the cost of gas will likely increase dramatically in the future. And some of the plans that gas utilities have offered for transitioning away from fracked gas to renewable natural gas or eventually green hydrogen will require immense investments, even if they're technologically feasible, are going to be highly, highly burdensome to ratepayers. So these are some things that local governments could look at if they were imagining doing regulation. And, I talked about it a little bit, but I want to direct folks to a report that was published by some health professionals and advocacy organizations and endorsed by 64 other organizations, some of whom are in attendance today and you've heard from today, basically identifying and trying to walk through a lot of the claims that have been made by gas utilities about the healthiness of their product, the ability to transition, and kind of the plans that they'd offered to get off gas. So take a look at that on your own time if you have the opportunity. So if you can demonstrate harm and you want to regulate, basically the next question is, does your state allow you to regulate? And this is a principle that's called preemption. And in Oregon, we have 2 categories of preemption. One's called express preemption, and that's where government says, local government, you definitely cannot do this thing that you would like to do. And in those cases, which are rare, but they do exist, then that's it. That's just the end of the question. I will say that there are almost always a workaround to any preemption. And in my experience working in and around local government, if you want to accomplish a goal, you still can't accomplish the goal. So sometimes an implied preemption or an express preemption in a specific regulatory area is not necessarily a full no for local government. And then there's a category called implied preemption, where if there's a regulatory sphere that's so dense it would be impractical for local government to regulate in that area, that could also serve as a barrier. But in most cases, and especially in Oregon, the courts assume from the beginning that there's going to be local power that they can work with. And so anyway, that's all setting a table here and saying that if you're involved in local government, you want to imagine what you might do around reducing harms and risks of gas, you probably have a lot of leeway. And then my panelists and I will kind of fill in the gaps a little bit with some of the research we've done and identify some of those pathways for you in the rest of this talk. Just the last thing that I'll say before I pass it on is that counties, sort of surprisingly maybe for folks, have a lot to play here potentially. And unlike cities who maybe kind of sometimes are involved in state regulatory apparatuses and schemes, like in land use is a really familiar category that people might be aware of, where local governments create comprehensive plans and are able to regulate through statewide land use goals. Counties have special authority for county health authority in statute, and it's pretty broad as I read it. It hasn't really been challenged in court, so we don't know how it would be reviewed by courts if counties sought to exercise that power. But there are some precedents around tobacco regulations and wood smoke regulations in county governments that may become important if county governments seek to get into this space. So I'm going to stop there and pass it on to, I think, Amy Turner, who is on Zoom, if I remember. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Okay, I think I have a follow-up question for you, Nick, but I might just give that a go later on. All right, Ben, is Amy queued up? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce Amy then. So our next speaker is Amy Turner. Amy is a senior fellow at the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law at Columbia University in New York. Her work there focuses on the laws and legal tools cities use to achieve their climate mitigation commitments. As part of her work, Amy consults directly with city attorneys and sustainability professionals on legal questions related to carbon mitigation in the buildings, transportation, waste, and energy sectors in support of cities' ambitious greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets. Prior to the Sabin Center, Amy was the executive director and co-founder of the New York City Climate Action Alliance, and she continues to serve on the organization's board of directors. She has also practiced environmental and transactional law for 10 years across several legal firms and a solo practice. And Amy is a graduate of Harvard Law. So Amy's going to give you another perspective on some of the issues that Nick has just started to touch on. And with that, we'll turn it over to Amy.
Great, thank you so much, Sam. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Ben or Holly, should I let you know when I'm ready for the next slide?
Correct.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Turner. I'm sorry I can't be there today. I'm a senior fellow at the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law at Columbia Law School, and I study local climate law and policy around the country. So I'm going to provide an overview of local options for regulating natural gas use in buildings, or for electrifying new buildings, if you want to put it a different way, through the lens of what's been going on nationally in this space. And if you could go to the next slide, please. So I'm sure that over the last 2 to 3 years, you've seen headlines about cities, quote, banning natural gas from new buildings, starting with Berkeley in the summer of 2019, Berkeley, California, Brookline, Massachusetts later that year. Dozens of other local governments in California and a handful of other states have enacted some policy aimed at, what is often termed banning natural gas, but it's some sort of restriction or prohibition on natural gas connections to new buildings, or alternatively on requiring, alternatively a requirement that new buildings be built to an all-electric standard. So, just as a very simple, sort of a very simple level set here. One thing I want to note before we proceed is that a quote natural gas ban and quote building electrification, they're essentially flip sides of the same coin. And that's why these policies are referred to together. If you have buildings that are built without gas lines, then everything in them will need to be powered by electricity, right? And if you require that buildings are built all electric, then no gas line is needed. There's, a difference in legal mechanism used to accomplish the goal, but the end result is more or less the same. So you'll see during the course of my remarks that the term natural gas ban is in some instances more than others, more accurate than others. I think the term is somewhat falling out of favor because it doesn't reflect the sort of variety of policies that are out there, but it is still like a very sort of pithy term that you'll see used a lot. Next slide, please. So I always feel like it's worth stepping back for just a second to remind ourselves why we want to phase out gas use in buildings. Nick discussed, some of the public health and air pollution benefits, so I won't go into those right now. But building emissions reductions are really key to any local government's climate action plan. Buildings account for about 40% of energy use and of greenhouse gas emissions in the US. Some communities that's far higher. And building electrification is really one of the key ways in which we will decarbonize our building stock as a whole. We've got to make sure that buildings are efficient as possible, switch energy sources to electricity, and then make sure our electricity supply is powered by clean and renewable energy. All of these have to happen more or less in parallel. And while states and the federal government will be critical to greening the electricity supply, local governments have more authority over the efficiency and electrification components. And of course, new buildings are a really great place to start. We will have to electrify existing buildings. It's not optional, but we've got to start somewhere, and getting rid of the gas line extensions to new buildings is an effective way to staunch the damage. Next slide, please. So I use the term legal pathway a fair amount. And what I mean by it is a law or set of laws and legal tools that can be used to advance an identified policy goal. Here, of course, that policy goal is new building electrification or restricting natural gas from new buildings. And so we're going to talk through the legal pathways that have been used by local governments in the US so far to regulate gas use in buildings. Not all of these are going to work exactly the same way in every jurisdiction, and my Oregon colleagues who are with you will sort of talk through how they might actually play out in Oregon, but they'll provide a lay of the land. Next slide, please. So I've listed the legal pathways here. I'm not going to read them now because we're going to go through them one by one. But I want to note that many of the policies that we'll talk about have exceptions, varying timelines. There's really a fair amount of community-specific nuance. Some policies exempt cook stoves, commercial kitchens, hospitals, laboratory spaces. Some of them exempt backup generation. Some apply only to commercial or only to residential or phase in for different buildings over time. We're going to gloss over a lot of that nuance, but if you do go forward to develop one of these policies, you can dive into some of this nuance a bit more. Next slide, please. So the first legal pathway is the direct prohibition on gas line extensions to new buildings. This legal pathway is really the closest thing to the quote natural gas ban, even though we use that term more broadly. Generally, local governments rely on their police powers, as Nick was describing. In Oregon, those powers are extended to local governments through home rule. But police powers is, it's really a state or local government's authority to regulate with respect to the general health, safety, and welfare. And so they use their police powers to justify these prohibitions. They've generally attempted not to regulate anything within the building itself, but just to regulate that gas line extension. Next slide, please. So Berkeley, California was the first municipality in the nation to ban gas, and it did so through a prohibition of gas line extensions to new buildings. It relied on its police power, which again that local authority to regulate with respect to the general health and welfare, and it got a lot of press for doing so. Next slide, please. So I realize that you probably all can't read this tiny print, but these are the legislative findings from Berkeley's natural gas ban. And, it really cites a lot of like interesting things having to do with resident welfare, things like air pollution risk, things like impacts from climate change, seismic risk of wildfires, things that are all, you know, in some instances general, but all have very specific implications for folks in Berkeley, California, and that really underpin Berkeley's authority to regulate natural gas, because the use of natural gas can really cause all of these harms to local residents. Next slide, please. So I do want to note that Berkeley is facing litigation with respect to its natural gas ban. A restaurant industry group called the California Restaurant Association brought suit against the city of Berkeley, alleging that Berkeley's prohibition was preempted by federal law. The U.S. District Court, which is the federal level trial court, ruled in favor of Berkeley, upholding the ban. But the Restaurant Association has appealed, and that process is ongoing. I won't bore you with all of the procedure. But effectively, the judge in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California considered only the merits of the federal claims, which alleged preemption under the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, or EPCA. We could set aside like a whole other session on EPCA preemption, but just very, very briefly, EPCA expressly preempts state and local standards concerning, quote, the energy efficiency or energy use of certain common building appliances, including furnaces, HVAC systems, water heaters, and the like. So the California Restaurant Association was essentially arguing that Berkeley's gas ban effectively set this sort of standard, this sort of energy efficiency or energy use standard for appliances like furnaces and HVAC systems, and therefore should be preempted. The judge disagreed. The case is currently before the Ninth Circuit, which is the appeals court. For the moment, we are, safe in saying that EPCA does not preempt local natural gas bans, and that we mainly need to consider state questions, but that could change as the Ninth Circuit considers this litigation. Next slide, please. So Brookline, Massachusetts, which is a very small town outside of Boston, also followed this direct prohibition legal pathway, and they ran into legal hurdles with it. Much like Berkeley, Brookline carefully structured its prohibition to avoid preemption by relying on its state-granted home rule authority and its police powers. Express delegations of authority to the town of Brookline, Massachusetts include authority with respect to, quote, the internal police, as you can see here. That essentially means the police power, or a fancy way of saying the public welfare. And supposedly to regulate pipes and fittings for gas. Next slide, please. But Massachusetts has a quirky law in the books that requires towns, local governments organized in the town form of government, to submit their proposed local laws to the state attorney general for review and approval. And unfortunately, the attorney general struck down Brookline's natural gas ban, determining that it was preempted by 3 state laws: the statewide building code, the statewide fuel gas code, and the state public service law. This isn't necessarily the last word in Massachusetts. A local government organized in the city form of government does not have to submit those proposed laws to the attorney general, so they could enact a similar law and see if anyone sued them over it. But it sent Brookline back to the drawing board. Next slide, please. So I don't want to end this legal pathway on such a downer. Brookline's legal hurdles were very specific to Massachusetts law. It says nothing about how such a ban might fare in other states. I would very much like to see local governments in Oregon and other places around the country take up this approach, and my Oregon colleagues will speak more directly to how this might play out for local governments in Oregon. Next slide, please. So the second legal pathway is the all-electric construction code, which requires or strongly incentivizes that buildings, new buildings, sometimes substantially renovated buildings, depending on the policy, be built to an all-electric standard. So everything in it's got to be powered by electricity. Next slide. This is far and away the most common approach by number of local governments, dozens of them in California. I think we're at about 450 at this point. Have used their building code authority to require or strongly incentivize all electric construction. This is admittedly much easier for local governments in California than it is for local governments in other states. And my colleague Kara Saylor will speak more directly to how building code preemption works in Oregon and how local governments might get around it. But anyway, what a local government is doing under this legal pathway is to use its authority to regulate building construction in various ways to require that a building be built to use only electricity. A common formulation is to require buildings built with fossil gas or natural gas connections to meet a higher efficiency standard, meaning that many builders would choose to build all electric so they don't have to meet that higher efficiency standard. Anyway, this would work very differently in Oregon than it does in California because local governments in Oregon have far less authority to amend the building code at the local level, but I'm going to leave that to Kara when she speaks. Next slide, please. These all electric construction codes have attracted a small amount of legal scrutiny, not a ton. A couple of home builders sued a couple of small towns in California over their all electric codes. I don't think these suits particularly had merit, but I do want to recognize that lawsuits can be very costly for small communities, regardless of their merit. The town of Windsor, California actually opted to get rid of its building code amendments rather than fight the lawsuit. So they're back where they started. And even though, the home builder was not successful in court, he was successful in just getting them to throw out the all electric requirements so that they could avoid litigation. Next slide, please. So the third legal pathway is the use of air pollution control authority that some local governments have. The actual harms caused by gas burning appliances are somewhat beyond the scope of this panel. Nick spoke a little bit about them in the beginning. Gas appliances emit a great deal of local air pollution, including NOx, nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, formaldehyde, especially when they're not well ventilated. And of course, they emit a significant amount of carbon pollution and a really large amount of methane pollution. And some local governments have a good amount of authority to regulate air pollution. Next slide, please. This is a legal pathway that I'd really like to see get far greater use than it has. There's a huge amount of potential to reduce local air pollution and greenhouse gas pollution by phasing out these gas burning appliances. So far, the only building electrification or fossil gas phase out effort I've seen that uses the air emissions legal pathway at the local level is in New York City, where the city is amending the building code to limit the greenhouse gas pollution that a new building can emit. But I think the air pollution approach is one that might have some merit in Oregon, and I'll leave that to my colleagues to discuss. Next slide, please. So the fourth legal pathway is for a local government to use its zoning authority to incentivize gas-free construction. An incentive could come in a variety of forms, a density or size bonus, like a break on another requirement, expedited permitting, reduced fees. The analogous situation would be if a local government were to allow density bonuses for LEED compliant building, for example, which is not uncommon. This would be to allow that sort of bonus or incentive for gas-free construction. Next slide. So far, the only place that has attempted this is Brookline, Massachusetts. Brookline, you'll remember, we talked about a few slides ago. They enacted the gas ban and were struck down by the Attorney General. So they got sent back to the drawing board. And in response, the town enacted these two zoning code amendments that one offered incentives for fossil fuel-free construction in an overlay zone, and another applied only to buildings seeking special permits. And so for buildings built with a connection to gas that we're seeking a special permit, the special permit would expire in 2030. And for buildings that were built without gas, without fossil fuels, or built all electric, they would receive the special permit essentially in perpetuity. Next slide. Unfortunately, the Massachusetts Attorney General also struck down that effort by Brookline. I would not let this discourage you. It's a discouraging story, but it's very specific, again, to Massachusetts law, to a specific provision of Massachusetts state law that dictated what can go into a zoning code versus what can go into a building code. Brookline has appealed the Attorney General's decision. I think this is a viable legal pathway and quite an interesting one, even though unfortunately the one example we have of it so far is kind of a depressing story. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the last legal pathway that I will just mention quickly is that local governments have a great amount of leeway to phase fossil fuels out of their own buildings. Next slide. We've seen a little bit of that here in Oregon. As a policy maneuver, it's maybe not as satisfying or impactful as a community-wide phase out of gas, but it is a start. And it can help prove the market for building electrification going forward. And it does, it really doesn't sort of grapple with the legal issues that we're discussing with respect to these other legal pathways. Next slide, please. So that's what we've seen nationally. I am going to pass the mic back to Sam and to my Oregon colleagues who can talk through how these legal pathways might play out for local governments in Oregon specifically. And I will stay on the line for questions. Thank you all very much.
And thank you, Amy. Amy, hold on for just a second. I think I should have done this with Nick, but we're going to do it now. I'm going to have a question for Amy, and then at the end, we'll have questions for all the panelists, and we'll turn it to you all. But Amy, just one question for you before I turn it over to Kara. As you look at these bans happening across the country, are there complementary policies, education efforts, other programs supporting these shifts? Is it too early to share what you're seeing regarding how business and residents in those jurisdictions are adjusting? And just what is the public perception around all electric buildings? And is it shifting?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, so much of it is about local governments and stakeholders learning from one another about what policy approaches work. So, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I can see you looking at me behind you. It's a very funny experience. So, one thing that I think has been really helpful is these cohort groups. So local governments, sometimes from within the same state, sometimes from across states, sort of working together to develop policies that work in each of their specific legal, political, geographic, economic, community contexts. This is a very evolving policy area. And so much of it is about just sharing information right now and learning about what policy and legal approaches might be options. In terms of businesses and residents adjusting. So this is gonna sound kind of funny because we're talking about I think this very impactful policy area, but there's not a lot to adjust to. We're talking about new buildings. So folks who have to adjust are home builders or other builders, and some of them are doing a better job of that adjustment than others. There are some industries that don't like this policy so much, like it's a restaurant association in California that's sued because they say that some restaurants might want to use gas for their cooking. But for the most part, you move into your house, it happens to now be heated by electricity rather than by gas, and there's not much to adjust to. And so it's actually sort of funny that there's this real pushback because in the end, I don't think there's a huge amount of adjustment that has to happen. Public perception, I think there's still a lot of work to do in this regard. A lot of people don't really even realize that gas is dangerous, don't necessarily realize that we don't consider gas a bridge fuel anymore, and that we really need to move away from it. I think the idea of building electrification, I don't know if it just sounds very technical or if it's, just very niche, but I don't really think it's caught on the way that it could. One thing that I do think has been helpful in moving public perception is some of the public health research that's coming out, particularly around gas stoves. So, we're learning more and more about the really gross stuff that gas stoves emit into our houses. Our other gas appliances do it as well, but the gas stoves are particularly visceral because they come, they send gross pollution right into our kitchens and, right at the height levels of our children. So it's particularly, I think, moving to people to learn about how dirty some of this gas pollution is. And I think that the public health aspect is a really important one for messaging, but it's been slow going, I think, in terms of public perception.
Thank you. Thank you. So now you've gotten that landscape view of the policies as they're playing out across the US. Our next speaker, Kara
Sattler, Saylor. Okay, there is Kara Saylor. There we, okay, thank you. Is a staff attorney with the Green Energy Institute at Lewis and Clark Law School. Kara spends much of her time working on issues arising at the Oregon Public Utility Commission, most recently representing environmental advocates and community-based organizations, interviewing in a gas utilities rate case to press issues related to risks associated with the expansion of our gas system. She's also supporting local governments investigating options to decarbonize their buildings. And Kara is a graduate of Lewis and Clark Law School as well. And so with that, I'll turn it over.
Yeah, so thanks so much, Sam, and I don't blame you at all. My name is very unintuitive. So thank you so much for that introduction. I want to tell you a little bit about the Green Energy Institute. We are located here at Lewis and Clark Law School, and we're a climate and energy policy institute. We focus on developing smart and comprehensive strategies to support a swift and equitable transition to a carbon-free energy grid. And I'm here with my colleague, Amy. It's really great to be here. So as you heard from Amy Turner, I always enjoy hearing what she has to say about what's happening on the national landscape. But as you heard from her, the most common method used by local governments in the nation is to use building codes to regulate gas. But any local law, as Nick said, that wants to promote building electrification has to navigate the issues of any state or federal law regulation to make sure that there are not any preemption issues. And when we're talking about building codes, it's important to know that Oregon law does expressly preempt local governments from adopting ordinances that impose different requirements than the state building codes do. So there is an exception to this uniformity requirement set out in statute and regulations called the local amendment, and I'll explain how it works. Just put that. So before we dive into the preemption issue in the local amendment process, it is helpful to understand at a very basic level the structure and makeup of Oregon's building codes. And I'm sorry we're doing this at the end of the day. You're probably not very interested in building codes, but I will tell you that it is a really important piece of building decarbonization. The Building Codes Division does operate under the umbrella of the Department of Consumer and Business Services, so DCBS. So you might hear me or others refer to that agency when we're talking about building codes. And so ORS Chapter 455 gives the DCBS authority to promulgate a state building code to govern the construction, the reconstruction, the alteration, and the repair of buildings and other structures, and the installation of mechanical devices and equipment therein, right? So you can see it's pretty broad, but maybe your wheels are already turning about how you might get around that. Oregon's building codes are made up of specialty codes, each of which is adopted, amended, or administered with the assistance of various advisory boards, right? And as related to methane gas infrastructure and equipment, a number of those advisory boards are relevant, most of which include a member of a utility or an energy supply representative. So for example, the Building Code Structures Board administers, among other things, the energy programs described in the law. And one member of that board is required to be a utility or energy supplier representative. And I think you may have heard Nora mention earlier today about the importance of really diversifying those advisory boards. Again, not very exciting or interesting, but really, really important to appropriate administration of those building codes. So as I mentioned, in contrast to other states, Oregon law expressly preempts local governments from adopting ordinances that impose different requirements than the state building codes do. So it wasn't always this way. And I point this out because this case, for those law students in the crowd who might come across it, you might see this case. And in 1978, the Oregon Supreme Court did analyze the then applicable law creating the state's building code, which at that time prohibited adoptions of ordinance in conflict with the state building code. And the court interpreted the provision to allow municipalities to adopt more stringent building code provisions, so long as they were compatible with the state's provisions. And so that's a very different interpretation from what we will get today, because the Oregon legislature subsequently amended the law to clarify that no municipality is permitted to enact an ordinance, quote, relating to the same matters encompassed by the state building code, but which provides different requirements unless permitted to do so by DCBS. And so accordingly, Oregon's building codes are established at that state level, and they're required to be uniform throughout the state. As I mentioned, there's one exception to the state uniformity requirement. A municipality may apply to the Oregon Building Codes Division for what is called a local amendment. That would allow the municipality to adopt an ordinance that differs from the state building codes. So the statute requires that the application be made to the director of DCBS, but the regulation directs the application be made to the Building Codes Division. So that's sort of an interesting, complicating factor potentially. Regulations adopted by the Building Codes Division set out the contents and the process to apply for a local amendment. So many of these things make sense. I mean, prior to submitting a request for an amendment, the municipality has to have held a public hearing or meeting. It must complete a report, and that report includes 7 elements. And some of those elements are very straightforward, although potentially time intensive. So for example, the municipality must summarize comments and explain how it responded to substantive concerns, describe stakeholder outreach, identify any other communities that the municipality consulted with and any regional solutions that were considered, and outline the impacts of the local amendment. Many of those things are the types of things that a local government might do anyway with any ordinance that they adopt in their community. So there are 2 final criteria that would need to be addressed by the report. The first is to address the fiscal impact of the amendment. And they have to identify the additional construction cost per square foot. Again, probably not something that a municipality wouldn't do normally if they were undertaking something like this. And then the municipality must, and this is maybe the most interesting of the requirements that's listed in the regulation, identify the financial or regulatory incentives provided by the municipality to businesses or contractors that are impacted by the local amendment request. And so this language, businesses or contractors, could refer to building trades, could be construed more broadly to include anyone involved in gas installations or equipment sales. The Building Code Division has made this process easy for local governments. There's a form on its website. To our knowledge, no local government has used this process. The municipality does have to give a reason for the request, and it has to submit a copy of its proposed ordinance or rule. And then it has to keep the report on file that it was required to complete in the process of developing this local amendment. So it's a pretty straightforward process. It's identified in the rules and in the statute exactly what's expected from the local government. The thing that may potentially give so one thing that's important to note is that in the statute, the Building Codes Division is statutorily required to encourage experimentation, innovation, and cost effectiveness in considering ordinances or rules that differ from the building codes. So while it's not required, tying the rationale for the local amendment back to that statutory directive might prove useful to success of the amendment. The division has to review it, and it either may approve it in whole or in part or deny it. So the thing that maybe might give local governments pause about this process is that the division, there are some interesting regulatory provisions with the division's authority. So for example, the division has authority to interpret the local amendment or add conditions to the approval. Once the amendment is approved, the only way to change it is to submit a new local amendment. And the division maintains review authority to determine if the amendment continues to be viable and to terminate approval for a variety of reasons specified in the rule. If the amendment is challenged in any way, the rules provide that none of the provisions in the amendment are severable. So where one is deemed invalid, the entire amendment is invalid. Amy Turner mentioned EPCA. I would just point out that if a local government uses this process and adopts a building code amendment, it would also have to ensure that its ordinance complies with EPCA. There is a building code exception And again, EPCA is that Energy Policy and Conservation Act. It's the federal law that applies here. So they would have to make sure that they follow the specific directions that are set out very clearly in the regulations for that building code exception to EPCA to apply. So yeah, to summarize, Oregon's building code preemption requires local governments interested in building electrification to either avoid imposing different requirements than the state building codes do, or follow this clear legal pathway of a local amendment. And I'm going to pass it off to Amy now. Unless you have a question.
I do.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Kara.
Yeah.
So there's clearly tremendous amount of power in the building codes division related to how we address efficiency or energy use in our buildings. What are just some of the upsides of the system and the downsides to changing it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really interesting question, Sam, because my role is really to think about how to change the existing rules that aren't getting us where we want to go. But there's no question that a building code that's applicable across the state is uniform, right? There's not going to be a patchwork of different requirements. There's regulatory certainty for developers, for home builders, exactly what's expected. I think potentially there could, in a perfect world, be ambition that drives the building code. So if you have some local governments that really have a desire to change things, they might be pushing that building code forward. There's a lot of power in the building code to set the minimum standards, and you could set those standards pretty high and require that everybody come up to that level. So, if it worked, that would be great. The building code division is not very ambitious.
Thank you. Thank you. And we clearly see that our other states do not have that kind of system. So thank you. Well, our next presenter is Amy Schlusser. Amy is also a staff attorney at the Green Energy Institute at the Lewis and Clark Law School. Amy's work there focuses on developing effective and equitable legal and policy pathways to decarbonize the economy and accelerate the transition to clean energy and renewable energy and transportation systems. Amy has been with the Green Energy Institute since its founding, and Amy has served on numerous regulatory proceedings. I'm fortunate to call Amy a colleague on the state's Environmental Quality Commission, and so I'm pleased to turn things over to Amy and let her bring us home with her last presentation.
Mic on, can everyone hear me? Okay. Thank you all for being here and for sticking around with me while I speak to you. I know I'm the last presenter of the day, so I really appreciate your patience. Also, I'm going to talk about some really exciting topics, including taxes and fees, which I know everyone is really excited to hear about, so thanks. So I am going to talk about two distinct but closely related topics associated with building decarbonization. First, I'm going to talk about franchise agreements, and I'm going to explain why there are powerful tools, but also potential barriers for local governments that want to decarbonize buildings. Then I'm going to switch gears and I'm going to talk about some local authority in Oregon to adopt taxes and fees to deter investments in new gas infrastructure and support equitable building decarbonization efforts at the local level. Oh, and I forgot the clicker. So to provide, excuse me, to provide service to customers, gas utilities need to install and maintain gas infrastructure like gas distribution lines on or beneath public rights of way, like streets and sidewalks. So cities and utilities typically enter into franchise agreements, which are legally binding contracts that set out the terms and conditions for a utility to use public property in exchange for paying fees to the city. In Oregon, franchise agreements can last for up to 20 years. Franchise agreements can present a pretty inflexible barrier to cities that want to prevent the build out of new gas infrastructure, because these agreements typically give utilities broad legal rights to install new infrastructure in both existing and future rights of way. So that means that as long as a franchise agreement is in effect, a city often can't prohibit a utility from expanding its distribution system or force a utility to remove existing gas infrastructure. But cities aren't required to have franchise agreements with utilities, and they can refuse to renew franchise agreements that give utilities unrestricted rights to build out their gas systems. Given franchise agreements' long lifespans and the growing urgency of the climate crisis, it's really important for cities to consider potential long-term impacts before they renew a franchise agreement, an existing franchise agreement. And most franchise agreements in Oregon renew automatically. So cities should be careful and review the terms of their existing agreements to see what kinds of steps might be required to revise or terminate the existing agreement. If cities don't take action to terminate or revise their gas franchise agreements as they come up for renewal, they will effectively be locking in the right to expand the gas utility systems for many years or decades into the future. So franchise agreements are a really important issue for cities to address sooner rather than later. Okay, now I'm going to shift gears and talk about some local authority in Oregon to adopt taxes and fees to support building decarbonization efforts and deter investments in new gas infrastructure. In contrast to more direct regulatory approaches that prohibit or require certain actions, taxes and fees can help incentivize building electrification and deter natural gas build out by shifting the economics around building energy use. Taxes and fees can also provide much needed revenue for equity-focused building decarbonization programs. But taxes and fees can also have inequitable impacts as well. So it's really important for local governments to consider potential impacts and intended benefits before adopting any new tax or fee policies. In Oregon, taxes and fees generally fall within the scope of local government's home rule powers. And there are relatively few state laws that restrict local authority to raise revenue through taxes and fees. That said, there are a few laws in Oregon that limit local authority to impose certain kinds of taxes that might otherwise further building decarbonization efforts. For example, there is a constitutional restriction on taxing natural gas in certain contexts, or it imposes some limits on natural gas taxes in certain contexts. And there's also a state law preempting local governments from taxing gross revenues from commercial activity. In the interest of time, I'm not going to explain these legal restrictions in greater detail, but I did want to acknowledge that they exist. So what I'm going to talk about are 4 types of revenue mechanisms that local governments can use to support building decarbonization by collecting taxes and fees from utilities, building construction, appliance sales, and building emissions, so emissions from buildings themselves. The revenue mechanisms I'm going to talk about all have some connection to natural gas or building decarbonization. I'm not going to talk about more generally applicable taxes and fees like income or property taxes or local revenue mechanisms that are otherwise prohibited under state law. So the first category of revenue mechanisms that I'm going to talk about are taxes and fees on gas utilities. And as I previously mentioned, cities have the right to impose fees on utilities that use public property. Most cities establish these fees through their franchise agreements. Franchise fee rates differ between cities, but they are typically set at around 5% of local utility revenue. Because franchise agreements are legally binding contracts between cities and utilities, a city generally can't adjust its franchise fees while an agreement is in effect unless it's expressly authorized to do so within the terms of that agreement. Cities can also collect license fees from utilities. A utility license fee is a tax or fee that is imposed by a city on a utility in exchange for giving that utility permission to operate in the city. Utility license fees can be imposed on utilities that are operating under franchise agreements, though existing franchise agreements often prohibit cities from imposing new fees during the term of the agreement. So as an example, the city of Bend imposes a 7% license fee on all gas utilities operating in the city. But utilities that are operating pursuant to franchise agreements can deduct their franchise fees from their license fees. License fees can also provide a mechanism for collecting revenue from local utilities that refuse to renegotiate their franchise fee rates. So for example, the city of Gresham declined to renew its franchise agreement with its local gas utility and instead chose to impose a 10% utility license fee, which is really high or relatively high compared to franchise fees. And it uses the revenues from those fees to fund public safety services. If a utility continues to serve customers in a city in Oregon for 30 days or more without a franchise agreement in place, the city is expressly authorized under state law to impose a privilege tax on the utility's local revenue. A privilege tax is really similar to a license fee. It's a tax on the privilege of doing business in a jurisdiction. Utility privilege taxes are exempt from Oregon's commercial activity tax preemption, but the tax rate is limited to 5% of a utility's local revenue. So utility fees can provide a reliable source of revenue for local building decarbonization programs. But before cities increase fees on utilities, there are some important political and equity implications to consider. First, utilities have the right to pass on fees to their customers, and any fees above 3% must be separately itemized on customers' bills, which could draw pushback from local residents. And second, gas bill increases could disproportionately impact lower income residents. So cities should be careful and find ways to mitigate those impacts before raising fees. So the second category of revenue mechanisms local governments can use to support building decarbonization are taxes and fees on building construction. Depending on how they're structured, building permit fees and construction taxes can help deter development of new gas-connected buildings and or incentivize development of all electric buildings. Building permit fees allow local governments to recover the costs that they incur as they implement and enforce state building codes. Permit fee revenues are primarily reserved for administrative purposes, so they're not a great source of revenue for local building decarbonization programs. But local governments could potentially impose additional surcharges on permits for gas-connected buildings to recover any additional administrative or inspection costs associated with that kind of construction. Construction taxes are a better option. Construction taxes are a type of privilege tax or excise on the privilege of constructing a new building or enlarging an existing building. Oregon law allows cities to use construction tax revenue for housing related purposes, which gives local governments flexibility to use these tax revenues to support building decarbonization efforts. Local governments can also structure construction taxes to incentivize all electric building construction by adopting higher tax rates for gas-connected buildings. Many cities in Oregon already collect revenue from building permit fees and construction taxes that they use for affordable housing programs and other types of housing assistance. But some cities only tax certain kinds of construction projects. So there might be opportunities to expand these existing tax programs. And cities can also prioritize building decarbonization through existing affordable housing programs. So the third category of revenue mechanisms local governments can use to support building decarbonization are surcharges on sales and installations of gas appliances. Surcharges on retail appliance sales, like gas stoves, could help encourage customers to purchase electric appliances rather than gas ones, while surcharges on appliance installations could incentivize installers to offer or promote non-gas alternatives to their customers. A surcharge on retail appliances would effectively function like a sales tax, while a surcharge on appliance installations could function more like an excise or a privilege tax. Appliance surcharges probably wouldn't generate as much revenue as utility fees or construction taxes, but they could still raise funds for equitable building electrification programs, like providing cash grants for electric retrofits in environmental justice communities. And the final category of local revenue mechanisms I'm going to talk about are building emissions fees. Rather than target gas infrastructure or appliances, emissions fees would effectively impose a charge on emissions of greenhouse gases or other air pollutants from buildings that combust natural gas on site. Local governments have authority to impose emissions fees through their home rule powers to protect public health and welfare. And I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, but I also wanted to note that local governments in Oregon also have authority to adopt building emissions standards, like Amy Turner mentioned during her presentation. Depending on how they're structured, emissions fees could create an incentive for building occupants to reduce gas consumption or replace their appliances, their gas appliances, with electric options. Or they could deter developers from connecting newly constructed buildings to the local gas system. But local emissions fees could also be challenging to implement, given the potential complexities associated with measuring and tracking emissions on a building level scale. Local governments could potentially reduce some of these administrative burdens by establishing flat fee rates for different categories of buildings. But there would be a trade-off associated with that kind of approach because a flat fee wouldn't create the same economic deterrent to emit, and it wouldn't necessarily incentivize homeowners to reduce their gas consumption. An alternative approach would be to calculate emissions fees based on the quantity of gas that's consumed in a building. But this approach could have potentially significant equity implications by imposing high emissions fees on households that are experiencing disproportionate energy burdens. So local governments that are considering adopting emissions fees should consider and balance local administrative needs with the benefits they want to achieve, and design fee policies to minimize and mitigate adverse equity impacts in the local community. So in conclusion, local governments have fairly broad authority to advance building decarbonization efforts by imposing taxes and fees on utilities, building construction, appliances, and building emissions. The revenues collected from these mechanisms could provide a valuable source of funding for local building electrification efforts. But taxes and fees can also have negative impacts on economically vulnerable residents and businesses. To accelerate building decarbonization in a just and equitable manner, local tax and fee mechanisms should be carefully designed to advance equity and to provide tangible benefits to vulnerable or historically disadvantaged communities. And I'm happy to answer any questions during the Q&A. Have a question?
I do. Thank you, Amy. I've got one question and we'll turn it over to the folks in the audience here and maybe online to ask your questions. I think you just touched on it there, Amy, at the end. As we think about those equitable transitions to cleaner technologies and buildings, we know that fees are oftentimes the last places folks want to go, but they may be necessary. And so I think you started to touch on the equitable fee policy, and we started talking about the revenues and the benefits from those fees. So are there limitations in some of the fees that you've discussed in terms of how they can be used so that we can design equitable distribution of those revenues so that they are addressing some of the regressive impacts?
Yeah, so there are some complexities to some of the laws relating to these taxes and fees, and there are limits on how some of these fee revenues or tax and fee revenues could be spent. For example, construction tax revenues can only be used for certain purposes, but those purposes are actually really supportive of equitable decarbonization efforts because they direct revenues from construction taxes and fees towards affordable housing programs and housing assistance. So I actually think that construction taxes offer a really great opportunity, even though there are these restrictions, they offer a really great opportunity to generate revenue to support affordable all-electric housing construction. The other fee mechanisms don't necessarily have the same restrictions, but as I noted, they all have potential equity implications if they're not designed well. At the same time, I think any tax or fee mechanism could provide equitable benefits if it's designed well. So it really comes down to considering the equity impacts, potential equity impacts, determining the communities that you want to help, determining where the potential burdens already exist on those communities, and designing taxes and fees in a way that's really deliberative and intentional.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all. I want to just make sure we start with maybe a quick round of applause for the folks here. So I don't know, Ben, if you have any thoughts on how we do Q&A, but I want to start and just see if there are any hands raised, and I can take this mic over, but see if there are any initial hands for the folks here. And otherwise, I've got a couple questions here I can kick folks off with. So maybe I'll start with hands, and I see a hand back there. So I will head over there, and please share your name and your question.
Hi, thanks. Paul Diller. I'm a visiting professor here at Lewis and Clark, and I usually teach at Willamette in Salem. Two questions, one really broad. So I teach local government law. It's the area I write in, but I'm not as in the weeds on environmental and energy as you folks. So this is fascinating to me. And so I feel like the simple child at the Passover Seder, for those who know that. I don't know, really anything about this in terms of why is natural gas so bad? I mean, everything has proceeded from natural gas bad, electricity good. I know there's this effort I've read about around the country in a few cities to kind of replace gas stoves with electric. Is that the case everywhere, that natural gas is bad and electricity is good? Like even in the Midwest where they use coal powered plants? I'm curious about the broader picture here in terms of that trade-off. And then if I can ask two questions, I have a much more granular question about, I think it was Tara Solar's presentation, which is when we talk about the DCBS director, or maybe it was the CBD, whoever the person below, having the authority to approve an exemption from a locality. Is that unrestrained? Is that restrained by the Oregon APA in terms of arbitrary and capricious? Like, what are the constraints on that? So thanks. It's fascinating.
I can take on the first one, and then I'll let Kara respond to the second one. So around gas, there's a story around gas. It's about almost 50 years old now in terms of its kind of like brand, I guess. Some of that began with gas industry selling gases like the blue flame that's great, and look at all this, it's, better, as was described in the past panel, the difficulties with electric appliances at that point, and gas is a superior product and is allowed to use in certain ways. As early as the 1980s, apparently from at least some of the research that I've been doing in law reviews, it was understood by the gas industry that there were public health impacts associated with gas. And some of that's been suppressed, and some of it has just been ignored through branding, and really effectively, in some cases, like in our utility, branding gas as like a environmentally friendly tool. So for example, Northwest Natural drives vans around the neighborhood that says makes air clean, for example. It doesn't seem to be true in most cases. So that's just something that's worked. So people don't have a strong understanding of that. And in the past 15, 20 years, I'll also say that environmentalists and people who work in climate largely in the 90s accepted the idea that gas would be a transition fuel from coal onto renewable energy. And that was based on assumptions around methane leakage upstream in gas extraction that turned out to be very wrong and underestimated methane leakage by a lot. And methane is like between 36 and 86 times more potent a greenhouse gas than than carbon dioxide. So if you multiply even small miscalculations, they turn out to be like massive in terms of global climate change. And so it's no longer in most circles considered to be a viable transition fuel. And so in some cases actually worse than coal if you consider the whole life cycle impacts. And so there's big fights in local governments and state governments around policy of whether they consider the like life cycle impacts of gas versus like the local emissions and things like that. I can send you some more materials on that if you're interested. But then the other piece of it is the health impacts that now suddenly people are studying a lot more and looking at, and distribution of air monitors are more available. They're pretty high quality and people have them. And so there's like a combination of epidemiology, good science, and like citizen science that's really starting to bring this into the public view a lot more now.
Amy Turner, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, just when we think about building decarbonization, there are really three facets to it. We've got to make our buildings super efficient. We've got to switch them over to electricity, and we've got to green the grid. So, certainly in other parts of the country, the grid is less green than it is in the Pacific Northwest. And that does change the calculation around whether, how much carbon emissions or other sorts of emissions are associated with gas use. But transitioning the electric grid to renewable energy is sort of a key piece of all of this that we're not addressing in this panel because it's such a specific policy area. But yes, at the end of the day, we do need to get all of our buildings off of gas. It is a fossil fuel, and it does maybe it doesn't emit as much at the source as coal does, but it's still a very potent greenhouse gas.
And on your question about what guardrails are there to the BCD in evaluating a local amendment ordinance? I think it's a great question. It's not been, local government has attempted a local amendment on any issue that I could find. The statutory criteria, though, are, I think, supportive of this effort, right? So the statutory criteria are that the Building Code Division is required to encourage experimentation, innovation, and cost effectiveness. And I think electrification can win on all of those things. And in terms of how it would be reviewed under the APA, I suppose it would. I mean, do you have any thoughts on that?
Oregon doesn't have an arbitrary and capricious standard, so that wouldn't apply. So it's really just, is it in accordance with the law?
Yeah, and likely the review would be around what the local government's findings were, as opposed to what the state agency's authority were. So it'd be like a legitimate government purpose or rational basis test for the local government. And it would, so if the government didn't say, we're doing this to punish the gas utility, for example, and had, invoked health, seismic, climate, and all the rest, at least according to recent cases from the Court of Appeals that have adjudged local policies around fossil fuel infrastructure, those are generally considered to be legitimate government purposes.
And I'll just add that the city of Eugene has attempted to avoid the building code local amendment. So in its staff report submitted to the workshop, it indicated that the ordinance, now we don't have a concept ordinance yet, but their idea is to stay out of the building, just ban gas. And in the reference in that staff report was that the Building Codes Division did not see a preemption issue there.
Thank you. Any other next questions? See a question there, and then Ben, I'm going to see if we have a question online afterwards.
Do any municipalities combine electrification for building requirements with mandates for energy efficiency, requiring certain kind of windows or requiring heat pumps? Do they try to do the whole package?
So yes, but not necessarily in one policy. Certainly, the state of California and many local governments within California have, pretty advanced building code requirements around energy efficiency. Certainly California is one of the more advanced states in the country in that regard. And then, this additional policy around building electrification would be layered in alongside that. Same thing in New York City. New York City has Local Law 97, which is aimed at retrofitting existing buildings to be very energy efficient. Then there's this new building code requirement around greenhouse gas emissions associated with new buildings, which is really understood to effectively prohibit natural gas appliances. So we haven't seen like a package roll out at once that contains both, but some local governments have elements of those policies in different places in their laws and regulations.
And I'll just share here within the city of Portland, as we were thinking about, and Nick mentioned this earlier, the HEART standards. This is the Health and Energy. I need to know the acronym. Okay, but the gist is this: it's a carbon standard for buildings that incorporates health standards. And as they're evaluating that, I think a core part of the discussion and evaluation is how do you support building owners in getting there? So you bring the standard in place. So it is always a part to think through what are the tools to get to both have a policy in place and incentives and supports to get them there. So I think that the holistic piece is always where we want to go, but it may not happen all at the same time.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that there's, at least one line of thinking about an approach for how you do this is to separate new and existing building stock and the way that you're targeting regulations. Others that are advancing energy or efficiency standards could apply to both at the same time. And so it's like a fundamental difference in regulatory philosophy, I guess, that some jurisdictions are taking.
No questions online. So
Okay.
Sam, if you had another one.
Thank you, then. I see a question back there. Please introduce yourself, Tim.
Sure. Hello, Tim Lynch, Multnomah County Office of Sustainability. Thanks for a great panel. I'm interested in the public health authority that you mentioned, what you can talk about and how it relates to the building code and preemption, and then how a local government might best go and test the public health authority in this space.
So I'll jump in on this one. So it's a separate statutory provision. And so the way that I read it, it's very broad. And I mean, I would go so far as to say that the county could probably regulate indoor gas emissions right now if it wanted to in existing buildings, if it wanted to. I don't know that that would be smart public policy, but I think it's defensible with the reading of the statute. And so anything that's, less than that intervention or a phased in approach is potentially on the table for a policy discussion. How it relates to the building code would be that you'd be offering a separate rationale for regulation than the building code, basically. And there would probably be a fight between anybody who would challenge that would try to bring that into the orbit of the building code and basically say you're doing a closet building code, and then a county seeking to pass something like that would basically make an argument that it's squarely in the statutory powers afforded to the county. So there's no such thing as a sure thing when you get into litigation. Who knows how courts are going to interpret that kind of stuff, but on a pure reading of the statute, there's quite a lot there.
And you touched on this earlier during your presentation, but there is already precedent for doing this. There are counties regulate wood smoke, and that's, they regulate the types of fireplaces and wood stoves that are in existing buildings. So I think legally it's fairly defensible when you look at what counties and cities are already doing to regulate emissions for health reasons.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll put a question out there, and this is I know this is maybe a thornier one, but what is the argument for maintaining our natural gas infrastructure, whether for renewable natural gas or green and/or green hydrogen? Maybe we'll start with Amy Turner.
I'm not in the room. I can't put my finger on my nose. So I mean, certainly, these are gas industry talking points that we want to maintain the natural gas system in order to facilitate the use of alternative fuels like renewable natural gas, possibly hydrogen. When you look at the numbers of how much of this fuel is actually ever going to exist in even an optimistic scenario, it's not a lot. And I think, you know, in some senses, we need to keep all of our options on the table, but these renewable fuels are really going to need to be used for applications for which there are no electric alternatives. So, you know, possibly air travel, right? Like so far, no one has figured out, you know, even kind of how to make an electric plane fly. We're going to need renewable fuels, liquid fuels in order for, you know, airline travel. So that's one application where we're going to need to reserve those fuels. There is not going to be a large amount of this fuel left to fuel our buildings. You know, you can find different estimates in different places, but you know, even if we were to put all of this renewable fuel into our buildings, it wouldn't meet all of our building needs. And so the idea that we need to keep building out this system for a fuel that is not going to meet our needs doesn't really make sense. You know, I think the other thing to keep in mind is that at this point with these policies, we're talking about new buildings, new gas line extensions. We are definitely not going to be able to, you know, not only meet current needs for green hydrogen and not only meet current energy needs with green hydrogen and renewable natural gas, we're certainly not going to be able to meet, you know, these extended energy needs. So, you know, you're certainly going to hear folks who are interested in, you know, who support the gas industry, you know, sort of argue for these alternative fuels as a, you know, kind of justification for continuing to expand the system. But the numbers just don't add up. There's not going to be enough of this stuff to fuel our buildings. And we need to save those renewable liquid fuels for applications where we don't have other alternatives. Buildings can be electrified. We know it can be done. It can be done today, and the technology is only getting better. So we really need to switch to electric buildings and save those other fuels for other applications.
Thank you, Amy. We'll turn it here to the panelists here to take a go ahead and answer.
Yeah, and I would say there's a real danger there right now, especially with line extensions allowances that are being offered based on renewable natural gas being able to meet needs or you know, potential transfer to green hydrogen. I think it's fanciful after looking at it. I don't think it's defensible in the literature at all. And basically we're endeavoring on this kind of expensive greenwashing tour together with some state support, where if they can't meet it, then it's just locking in more fossil gas for the next, you know, 40 years. There's a big cost to unwinding the existing gas system that we have to keep in mind if we're ever going to get to 100% renewable economy. And every day that we add more line extensions, more buildings, that cost is increased. And it's probably the source of that money eventually is going to be public money. And so it's something that we're, you know, saddling future generations with climate impacts and also then, you know, just costs of life and undoing that system. So yeah, for folks that are really interested in or see advertisements from gas utilities about renewable natural gas, there's a lot of information that digs into their claims through the Sightline Institute, a think tank out of Seattle that's done a really good job. And then that report that I linked earlier also tries to identify some of the shortcomings or bad assumptions in that map.
Sam, I think we're all going to fall short here. I'll say it was relatively easy for me to come up with a reason for why the uniformity of the building code makes sense. I don't have any rationale for why RNG makes sense.
Thank you, Kara and Amy.
First, I'll say, just to play devil's advocate, there are hard to electrify sectors, you know, that Amy mentioned, that I do think there could be a role for renewable natural gas and green hydrogen. But I also recognize that renewable natural gas is not a carbon-free fuel, and hydrogen, if it's made with renewable energy, is green and carbon-free, but most hydrogen, or if not all hydrogen that we're producing now in the United States, is made with natural gas. So it's very much not carbon-free.
Thank you. So unless there's one final question in the audience, I may just turn it back to the panelists here to just share if you have any final thoughts to send the group off with as we think about sort of our future and the natural gas infrastructure, and then just our future with that infrastructure. And so I know, Nick, you'd indicated you may want to, so I'm gonna just turn it back to you to maybe bring us home if that's okay.
Cool, I'll do some rah-rahing before happy hour. So yeah, I work in basically trying to support movements, make policy and move us forward on climate. And The good news is, at least in our part of the world, that there are big networks that already exist, and there's a lot of movement toward making them bigger. And we've had a lot of success in the regulatory sphere at local and state governments in past years. And so I think there's a ton to build off of here and a lot to be optimistic about. When I approach, I mean, I'm a lawyer, but when I approach the law, I don't really see things as barriers. I see them as obstacles to circumvent. And I think the more that we all just develop a mindset that it's not if or what, it's like the technology exists there for us to be carbon, neutral and even like sink carbon out of the atmosphere if we want to get there. There are questions about resources, but it's not really a question. Like, how much would we pay to save civilization is an absurd question to ask. Whatever it takes, like that's how much we would spend, right? And so if people start approaching it with that in mind and actually dig in to these local boards and like learn boring stuff about building codes and like link up with other movements that want to take this on, there is a force that you can wield that overcomes that sort of bureaucratic like push to stop you at some point. And I've seen it done repeatedly where people said it's not possible, you can't do that, it's illegal. We keep winning by pushing, and the more of us that push and the more effective that we get and the more dedicated we get, the more that we will win. So can never hang our heads in this. It's just basically march forward and keep pushing, and we get there.
All right, thank you all. Thank you all for sticking with us, and just want to give this group, this amazing group, another round of applause. I think you all might have some instructions next for you all.
Well, I can't think of a better note to end it on than that. So we'll keep it brief and wrapping it up. But thanks again to all of you. Maybe one more round of applause for all three panelists.
Yeah, well, I also want to congratulate Ben on pulling together an amazing conference and also graduating law school in just a couple of weeks. And to any of you who are also making some kind of cool transition, congratulations. So really, really great conference, great panels. Thank you all for being a part of it.
And so we have some Indian food in the back, as well as some beers and beverages if you'd like to imbibe and snack and maybe toast to the end of the fossil fuel era. So thank you all again for being here.